I'm Mark Dolan. Join me at 11 on GB News for Headliners, in which I'll be joined by two of the UK's top comedians discussing tomorrow's papers. If it's an important story, we'll cover it, but we'll have some fun along the way. Headliners, the late-night paper review that won't send you to sleep like the others will. 7 nights a week at 11 p.m. on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Jubilee, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes & Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Jubilee, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes & Kerr.
I'm Mark White. As GB News Home and Security Editor, I cover those key issues that are so important to you. Our authorities, our communities doing all they can to combat violent crime. With the public services under unbearable strain, why are we still failing to control our borders? Defence, the first priority of any government, has been continually hollowed out. Can we trust our politicians to protect the armed forces? Join me, Mark White, on GB News.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512.
Virgin Media Channel 604.
Freesat Channel 216.
Freeview Channel 236.
And YouView Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB Plus Radio.
With the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
More than 1,000 people have been recognised in the King's first New Year's Honours List. Good morning. It's 6 o'clock on Saturday, the 31st of December. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and me, Anne. Here are your top stories this morning. A knighthood for Queen guitarist Brian May and gongs for England's pride, the Lionesses. We'll reveal who's been rewarded by King Charles in His Majesty's first ever New Year's Honours List. Bedbound Britain, the Royal College of Emergency Medicine believes this month will be the worst winter on record for A&E waiting times. As cases of flu and strep A and other things skyrocket, we'll have the latest advice from the healthcare professionals. And from Partygate to pension pots to PPE, 2022 was an explosive year for British politics. Can you remember we had 3 Prime Ministers and 4 Chancellors? We'll reflect on the past 12 months and look ahead to 2023 as both Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer deliver their New Year's speeches. And as the world prepares to say goodbye to 2022 and start afresh in January, we'll hear from the fitness guru keen to inspire us to live a little healthier. And as ever, you can join in, as I'm sure you will, by emailing us in the usual way, gbviews@gbnews.uk. And just in case you're wondering why Stephen's in a box, go on, tell us if you can speak.
Oh, yes, I'm a little bit under the weather, as you can probably tell. But I didn't want to miss the show. So here we are. I'm doing it from home. Anne's in the studio, as you can see. So we're going to muddle our way through this morning.
We will. I love the jumper anyway. Very Christmassy.
thought I'd try my best.
Well, absolutely, and all the decorations behind. And we can just about make out what you're saying. Still bad throat, still bad cough. Cool, you're really suffering at the moment, aren't you?
It's terrible at the moment, but as we're going to be talking about in a little while, everyone's got it, haven't they?
Well, that's
it's a
right.
terrible situation at the moment.
It is, yeah. Well, at least you look warm and cosy. So keep well. Keep drinking the fluids, as they say. And we'll see you again in a moment. But do email us with absolutely anything you want to talk about today if you're thinking of a New Year's resolution. A bit later on, we're going to be predicting what might be happening in 2023. So if you've got any good questions to put to our predictor, she is an asparamancer. She throws asparagus up into the air, and it works as well. She made a remarkable prediction about the World Cup. We'll see what she can predict for 2023. Do get in touch, won't you? GBViews at gbnews.uk. Now, the New Year's honours list, the first of King Charles's reign, the Carolean era, well, it's been revealed now, and as ever, there are plenty of household names amongst the individuals being celebrated for incredible public service. And of course, you expected it, didn't you? The Lionesses. Captain Leah Williamson is among 4 of England's Euro 2022 winning side to be named in the list. She's made an OBE, while her teammates Lucy Bronze, Ellen White and Beth Mead all receive MBEs. The Countdown star Rachel Riley has been made an MBE for fighting anti-Semitism, whilst the likes of comedian Frank Skinner, actor Stephen Graham and pundit Chris Kamara have also been honoured. It's always a great day for looking to showbiz, so let's turn to our showbiz journalist, Ellie Phillips, who can tell us a bit more about the list. And it's great to see you as well. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. It's an unusual way to do it.
With a massive congratulations to you. Incredible news. Our very own Anne Diamond, veteran broadcaster and GB News presenter, has been made a CBE, and it is so deserved. I want to say from everyone at GB News how very proud we are to have you on our channel, and you richly, richly deserve this. And for anyone that doesn't know, Anne has been awarded this CBE for services particular to public health and charity. Yeah. Oh, my bad. Sorry. OBE. It's very early in the morning, Anne. It's very early in the morning. OBE. Upgraded. Yeah, Stephen. We've got her there. And this is because of all the campaigning that you've done to reduce cot death since the tragic death of your own son. And honestly, we are just so proud of everything you've done to use your time and energy and efforts to do something, to make good out of something so awful, and to help so many other people is just incredibly remarkable, and we hope that you feel very, very proud of yourself.
Yeah, it's very kind. Thank you very much. Yeah. Long time ago it all happened, but it's you never really know, do you? I mean, I was telling Stephen a while ago that I had to ring up the Cabinet Office a couple of times just to make sure it wasn't a scam, because I honestly thought it might be. And I got through to a lovely lady in the Cabinet Office who said, no, it's definitely you, it's definitely you. She said, just to prove it, I'll read out all your details. And she read me out everything on her computer that was, from my date of birth to everything. And she said, you are going to accept it, aren't you? And I said, bloody right I am, yes. Yeah. So, and that only happened
about time too.
Yeah.
Is that
anyway,
it? I always wondered when you found out.
When I found out, only about 4 weeks ago. And like I said, I was absolutely convinced it was a scam. So I wouldn't believe it until, frankly, I didn't believe it really until about 24 hours ago, when people in various newsrooms, because obviously the press learn of it a little bit earlier than most so that we can make arrangements to talk about things, people started to ring me up and say congratulations. And I thought, I think it must be true. But there you go. So who are the headliners, though? As far as you can see from the newspapers, it's Brian May.
Yes, Brian May, Queen Bee guitarist. He is now Sir Brian, which is amazing. So richly deserved again for him. He's been given a knighthood for his services to music and to charity as well. Obviously, we know him as a huge rock star, but he's done a lot of campaigning for animal rights and such like that. And this comes months after he performed again for the Queen, the late Queen, in her Jubilee party as well. So that's huge. The Lionesses are up there, as you can see them on screen right now. Only 4 Lionesses have been awarded after their triumphant win back in July. England captain Leah Mead, she's been made an OBE, and her teammates Lucy Bronze, Beth Mead and Ellen White become MBEs. As well as that, their head coach She's also been awarded, Serena Wiegman, she's been made an honorary CBE in a Foreign Office list. So they've kind of taken 5 of those who took us to victory and awarded them. I think it's a little bit misjudged. I think personally, I'd like to have seen every member of the squad given an award, because football's such a team sport. You can't win without the input of every single player to get that ball across the pitch and in the back of the net. So for me, that's a little bit disappointing, but really happy to see the England Lionesses, get the nods that they've gotten. As well as that, Dame Mary Quant. So she is a fashion designer. She's credited for popularising the miniskirt back in the day, with the likes of Twiggy wearing them. She actually became a Dame in 2014, but she's now been made a Companion of Honour, which is a really, not very many people get this award at all. It's really, really high, and it's about having a lifelong service to something, and hers obviously is to fashion. What I have to mention is fellow Scouser Stephen Graham. He is becoming a CBE for his services to drama. He's just a normal lad from Liverpool who's gone on with his incredible talent to star in the likes of Help, Time, Line of Duty. He stars in films across the world as well. So he's one of our own who's done really well. So I'm super, super happy for him.
Yeah, Stephen, anyone you picked out there particularly?
Well, do you know what? Well, I'm very fortunate to know Brian May just a little bit. And so I'm so very pleased for Brian, because he's just the nicest. I mean, I'm a huge Queen fan. I grew up loving Queen. But when you actually get to meet him and spend time with him, he's just the nicest man. Yeah. And so I couldn't be more delighted for him, actually. And he's had a tough couple of years and some bad health and a couple of falls and things. So for him to get this, I think is really, really special. I think he is one of those people who really is a legend in his own lifetime. So I think that's fantastic. But of course, for me, Anne, it is about you. When you told me a couple of weeks ago, I'm just so pleased for you. Because as Ellie was saying, of all the work that you've done and the career that you've had, I think, well, I just wonder what does it feel like for you to have a sense of recognition now?
I don't know. It hasn't sunk in. It really hasn't. I mean, I don't feel any different. Why would you? And it all happened a very long time ago. But I tell you what, it is thrilling. I mean, I loved the Queen, as you know, the Queen. But it is very thrilling to be part of the King's first New Year's honours, isn't it? It's quite something. I'm really pleased.
Yeah. Oh, well, good. So you should be. And I'm gonna practice how. Do I have to curtsy when I come into the studio next time and see you?
Oh yes, I think so. Yes, please. I'd like to see that. Okay. Maybe that's why you're safely staying at home.
For now.
Yeah. Just in case anyone's just joined us, if you're wondering why Stephen's in a box, that's the only safe place for him, frankly, at the moment. He's got the dreaded lurgy, haven't you? I mean, it's actually fitting that you're in a box today and you're at home, because I think half the nation is at the moment. Everybody's suffering with this super cold or flu.
Well, you do wonder what it is. I mean, I don't know. Someone said to me just before we came on air, do you think you've got COVID? I don't know. I don't think so. But I mean, you just don't know, do you, with all of this? But thankfully, if it is flu, at least I have had the flu jab. So at least I'm, less ill than I would have been before. So what's it like up in Liverpool and all, Ellie? I was up in the northwest up until a few days ago, but it's people up there, certainly in Cumbria, were falling like flies with this.
So I'm actually currently in Tunbridge Wells, but I speak regularly, obviously, to all my friends up in Liverpool, and they are, they're not, like, a lot of them are not well. And it's been quite a shock to everyone as well. They're like, but we've just had COVID, we've just had all that. Why are we now ill again? We don't know what it is. And everyone's saying, has anyone else got this? It's not COVID, but I'm really, really not well, and I don't know what to do about it. And like you said, actually, a lot of them have had flu jabs, and most people I know had COVID jabs as well. So they're just hoping that helps see them through and reduce, like you said, how severe it will get for them.
Well, that's something maybe our viewers can join in on, because if, like Stephen, you are feeling really under the weather and thinking that the only thing to do is stay in, really, at the moment, tell us about your experience, where you're watching from and how you're feeling this morning. And maybe you've got a great cold remedy as well you could share with us. GB Views at gbnews.uk. It's just coming up to 12 minutes past 6. Shall we bring you up to date now with the rest of today's top stories? Well, the government has confirmed that anyone travelling directly from China to the UK from the 5th of January must show a negative COVID test before departure. The Health Secretary, Steve Barclay, described the temporary measures as a balanced and precautionary approach. It comes amid concerns about surging case numbers in China following an easing of restrictions there. Sales of electric cars next year will be affected by high costs and a lack of chargers. Consumer website electrifying.com estimates that around 350,000 new electric cars will be sold in the UK in 2023, around 100,000 more than this year. Sales of new petrol and diesel cars and vans in the UK will be banned from 2030. And thousands of people will attend Edinburgh's traditional Hogmanay celebrations as they return for the first time in 3 years. The event has been cancelled for the last 2 years, of course, due to COVID. The Pet Shop Boys will headline the concert in the gardens with fireworks, bonfires and torches throughout the evening. My voice isn't sounding that brilliant either, is it? This thing will not go. Now, worrying new figures show that the number of flu cases in hospital is a whopping 7 times higher than last month, intensifying the pressure on our struggling health service. According to NHS England, there were 3,746 patients a day in hospital with flu last week, up from 520 a month ago and just 34 this time last year. Of those in hospital last week, 267 were in critical care beds. So what can be done to help the NHS as it battles this spike in winter sickness? Let's talk to our West Midlands reporter, Jack Carson, who's outside a hospital in Birmingham for more on this now. How are things at the moment there in Birmingham?
Well, here and in Birmingham, over 400 people are now in hospital with flu across the University Birmingham Hospital. Of course, it follows this worrying trend in the rise of flu cases. Professor Drew Perek, who's the associate editor of associate professor in acute and critical care and consultant in critical care at the University Hospital Birmingham here, said that we're seeing a worrying number of patients being admitted to our hospital and our critical care units with respiratory failure as a result of flu infection, and it's of course the same trend being shown around the country. He said we haven't seen these numbers of serious flu infections since before the COVID-19 pandemic, and never at this level. So it's concerning for many patients to be admitted with flu. Of course, we know that around 79% more cases of flu in the last week. That rising, that kind of worrying rise. It was just 772 at the start of this month, but as you mentioned, now nearly 4,000 people a day across hospitals in the UK are being admitted with flu, and with critical care patients in the 7 days running up to Christmas, it was around 149 and then 267. So it is worrying that so many people are being admitted to critical care, because of course when you get to critical care, the only real treatments for flu are of course oxygen and other kind of real kind of minor treatments, because the main protection against flu is the flu vaccination, which the NHS are urging people to get in order to give themselves the best protection this winter. But even that doesn't stop you technically getting flu. It just dramatically reduces the chances that you'll end up with a serious illness from it. But there is also a near record demand for the 111 service as well, with 721,000 calls to that service last week. Of course, that's a mix of parents worried about the rising cases of strep A, but also people calling up wondering how on earth they can treat themselves for flu. The NHS says they've prepared extensively for winter to manage the rising demand, as well as of course this industrial action that's been taking place. But what doesn't help is that of course, as lots of people around the country are sick, nurses being in hospitals around those patients also can get sick as well, and so it's nurse absences which is affecting how the NHS and the levels of care the NHS can give to patients. An average of 60,500 1,000 staff were off sick every day last week. That's almost up a fifth on last month. And of course, the reasons were people and flu kind of rises. It depends all on things like weather, but also to do with, of course, mixing. This is the first Christmas in a good few years that actually people have been able to come together properly and mixing, and so infection is naturally more likely to spread a bit more than it has done in the previous years. But Professor Sir Stephen Powis, who's the NHS National Medical Director, has said that that with more industrial action scheduled for next week, there will be disruption, but we urge the public to continue to use the services wisely, calling 999 for life-threatening emergency and 111 for those other health conditions, and taking sensible steps to keep yourself and others safe.
Yes, and you keep warm. It looks a bit chilly up there in Birmingham at the moment, but thanks very much indeed for that, Jack. Actually, for a bit more on this medically, let's talk to Dr. Andrew Vallance-Owen, who's the former Medical Director and Chief Medical Officer of Bupa, and joins us now. We were warned this would happen, weren't we?
We were. First of all, say good luck to you, Stephen. I hope you pick up soon. I'm sorry to hear you're under the weather. But we definitely were warned, and we knew it was coming. And I think, as has just been picked up in that piece you've just shown, COVID is still out there too. 9,500 beds occupied with people with COVID. They're using intensive care units too. So, and Stephen Powis, who was quoted there, calls it a twindemic, with both coming at once.
So is Stephen doing the right thing? And should other people who are just feeling really under the weather, but possibly not ill enough to call 111 or 999, is Stephen doing the right thing by literally just hunkering down at home?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. I think it might be sensible to do a COVID test if you've got one. Some people don't like doing that, but the COVID figures are still high and it could be COVID. But even with COVID, it's fairly benign normally with the current variants. Stay at home, keep warm, lots of water to drink and maybe the occasional whiskey. And, just get yourself better, try and get lots of sleep.
Andrew, should people start to feel concerned? I mean, if you're like me and you feel, I've got to say, pretty rotten, what worries me is things like my chest is pretty bad, and with the coughing is pretty bad. At what point would that be enough of a concern for people to say, actually, I'm going to have to get some medical help with this?
I think it depends how long it's going on for. I mean, let's not have a consultation on the telly, but I think if it hangs around, if it hangs around for more than 2 or 3 days and it's on your chest, then it's probably a good idea, because as you've been hearing, flu itself by itself is not going to be that dangerous. But the problem when you've got flu and your defenses are down, it can go to your chest, particularly if you're unhealthy generally, which you're not. But older people, vulnerable people, those are the sort of people who end up having to go into the accident and emergency and sometimes even onto a ventilator. So if it's hanging on and it's on your chest and you're coughing up stuff rather than just, above the neck, then you should think about asking a doctor.
And I suppose probably also not to be brave and go into work and infect others, but to actually hunker down at home.
Definitely. Stephen's doing exactly the right thing there. Flu is very infectious, just like COVID. They're very, very similar. And the best thing you can do is stay at home. And so many people are working from home anyway. But generally, stay at home, keep warm, keep hydrated, and it will go away for most people.
Do we know, Andrew, what the uptake was of the flu vaccine this year? Because obviously it was extended to, I think, everyone over 50. Was there a decent uptake of that? Because obviously that will be making a big difference now.
Yeah. there was a decent uptake, but not as much as people had hoped. I think there's a bit of vaccine fatigue and some concerns about it from some people still. I think many people, as we know in this country, did get the COVID vaccine. We had very high rates of COVID vaccination here, and the booster too. Flu vaccine has been a little less this year, so it gives me an opportunity to say, even now, if you haven't caught it yet, get that vaccine. It covers at least 5 of the most common variants, which is the key thing. And it's well worth having it, especially with it going around. Everybody I know, so many people I know at the moment have one or the other. And, do get the vaccine, yes.
Yeah, so as far as that's concerned, I suppose you could ask your local GP or the pharmacist. They'll know whether or not they've got some. Okay,
yeah, no, pharmacists can do this as well. But the staff being off is a big... 8,000 staff are off sick with COVID at the moment in the NHS. The total number is much higher, but 8,000 nursing staff are off. So they're under huge pressure and are going to be for the next few weeks, I think.
Okay. Andrew, thanks very much indeed for joining us. Stephen, time to go and put the kettle on, I think.
Oh, yes, please.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Stay with us. We're going to take a look back at one of the most turbulent years in politics, probably of all time. Stick with us.
Hello, a very good morning to you. I'm Aidan McGiven from the Met Office. There will be plenty of spells of rain across the country this New Year's Eve, but some drier weather expected as the clock strikes midnight later. And some significant temperature contrasts up and down the UK. Quite cold first thing across northern Scotland, much milder further south with strong southwesterly winds. And those winds are now bringing us some wet weather into southern England, parts of Wales. The rain moving north during the morning. It'll be on and off, but there'll be some heavier rain at times, especially for South Wales and southern parts of England. Rain warning in force because that could cause some issues on the roads. Further north, northern England, Northern Ireland, seeing some showers, but north of the central belt, actually plenty of dry and bright weather, although an icy start here, and it stays cold into the afternoon, 3 degrees or so, with some wintry showers around the coast. Much milder further south, 13 Celsius, 14 even for southern parts of England, but here a wet start to the evening as rain moves north. Then it turns drier in the south whilst the rain pushes into northern England, southern Scotland, Northern Ireland with some flakes of snow over the hills. It doesn't quite reach the central belt, I think, for the midnight hour, so could get away with a drier Hogmanay celebration, but it does eventually reach central Scotland by the end of the night, and then it mixes with cold air, so we'll see some significant snow over the Highlands and Grampians on the first day of 2023. Rain extending into Northern Ireland, showers for northern and western England, parts of Wales as well. Strong winds expected on Sunday, gales around southwestern shores first thing, but some brighter weather about as well in the southern half of the UK as well as the Northern Isles with some sunshine at times, but plenty of showers about, so expect some rain at times. Monday looks like a drier day for many of us, still some showers about. Tuesday starts dry, but there'll be some rain arriving later, and then the second half of next week looks a bit milder for all of us.
We are GB News, and we'd like to say thank you to each and every one of you for bringing us your conversations, for helping our great nation find its voice. We are here for you on radio, television, and online, across England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland.
It's not the BBC, you actually get your facts right.
We are proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates.
Do you not believe in prison? I don't believe in prison.
I'm completely stunned. I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join me every Sunday at 6 p.m. for Gloria Meets. In exclusive interviews, I'll be finding out who our politicians really are and what they really think.
It's something that you would never want anyone to suffer.
I didn't know what channels there were. I didn't think I'd be believed.
I must have weighed about 7 stone and I'm 5'8".
My instincts was to sort of cover this up. I mean, clearly that was a mistake.
Join me every Sunday at 6 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. And the reason I'm on my own is because Stephen's not very well, but he is joining us from his home, looking all cosy in his Christmas jumper. So he'll be with us in a couple of moments. But we decided it would probably be better if he stayed at home because he really isn't very well at all. And I think that's probably the same for most people watching. It seems like half the nation is poorly at the moment. If you are, do get in touch and tell us how you're coping at the moment, if you've got a good cold remedy, and where you're watching us from. Maybe you're under the duvet watching us there. Be nice to know. Get in touch. gbviews at gbnews.uk. Now, what a year it's been for politics. 4 chancellors, 3 prime ministers, 2 monarchs, 1 year. The only constant in 2022 seemed to be change. And don't forget Beergate, Partygate. Do you even remember those things? It was all a huge political turmoil. In his first New Year's message as Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak warned the UK's problems will not go away in 2023.
But 2023 will give us an opportunity to showcase the very best of Britain on the world stage, continuing to stand with our Ukrainian friends against Putin's brutality and defending freedom and democracy wherever we find it under threat. In this historic year of His Majesty the King's coronation, we will come together with pride in everything that makes this country great.
That is something to look forward to, isn't it, the coronation? In his own New Year message, the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, promised to continue making the case for a new Britain that would fix struggling public services and grow the economy for everyone.
But for hope to flourish, Britain needs to change. The way working people are struggling this winter, the way our public services are on the brink, demands nothing less. So this year, my Labour Party will set out the case for change, the case for a new Britain, the case for hope, a country where we can grow the economy for everyone, not just the privileged few.
So how does that all make you feel? Does it fill you full of the joys of spring for 2023? Well, to discuss the prospects of the new year for UK politics, we have James Heal, the Spectator diary editor, in the studio with us. Hi. I don't even know where to start, actually, because it does seem incredible, doesn't it, Stephen, that Partygate, Beergate was well over a year ago now.
I mean, it's incredible. We began the year talking about COVID, and now we are, at the end of it, 12 months on, still talking about COVID variants. It's been an incredible year. A lot of political instability here in the UK, 3 prime ministers, as you say. And that's partly because of things like worldwide forces. You've got inflation and energy with Putin's war in Russia, but also just the legacy, the hangover of COVID with the costs of that and all the pressures that's putting on the economy and politics as well with things like Partygate.
We are going to see, though, aren't we, James, a bit more stability. I mean, certainly Rishi is playing things fairly quietly at the moment, which I guess is what most people want. But it then leaves a bit of a gap as to quite what Keir Starmer's going to do.
Yes, and both Sunak and Starmer sort of take a premium on competence and basic managerialism. So I think that after the last 12 months, understandably, that's probably a pretty good bet. I think the country's had enough ups and downs over the past 12 months. And really, it'll be coming into the short to medium term before that general election period and trying to deal with some of the big problems that we have facing the country on inflation, on pay strikes and on immigration as well. So that's all that we look forward to over the next 6 months or so. And, of course, the coronation as well.
Yes, I mean, when you look back, not only politically was it tumultuous, but of course the Queen died as well, which put the country into a sense of shock and suspended politics for a while.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that when you look back in 10, 20 years' time, that will be one of the few major events we remember of this year. The Queen was a world figure. Less than a handful or so British figures can really claim to be that over the past half century or so. And I think that will be something that has ripple effects all around the world in things like the Commonwealth, how we present ourselves to the world when the coronation comes in May. And I think also perhaps a sense perhaps of an age ending and a new age beginning as well.
As we move into the new year tomorrow, less than 24 hours to go, which seems like a very odd prospect somehow at the moment, do you think the Tories have taken their finger off the self-destruct button?
I think the Tory finger is never too far from the self-destruct button at the moment. But I think that, I think that they basically have made a gamble, which is that they want to prioritise having sort of basic competence back again, demonstrating they have the basic ability, the competence to govern, and thereafter try and push on in late 2023 into some of these issues and actually trying to, get to grips with them. But for now, it seems at least that there's a sort of consensus on all sides in the Tory war, which is to at least have a Christmas hiatus before returning when Parliament comes back next week.
Talking about returning, do you think, because lots of people are talking about it, do you think Boris Johnson will make a comeback?
I think Boris Johnson's always got an eye on the main chance. As it is, I think he'd probably like a chance to come back as a bit of a hero. So I can't see anything in the short term, but I think that, perhaps if he keeps his seat in the next election and survives that Privileges Committee, we may well see something come back.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? Because there's a lot going... And you said that the next year is obviously going to lead into a pre-election mode. I wonder when that will start. When will the various leaders start really campaigning?
I think the next big thing is going to be the local elections in May. And after that, that will give a good sort of sense of how the nation is. And thereafter, it'll be the 12 months or so. I think the current consensus in Westminster is a kind of October, November 2024 general election. So the 12 months before that will be the really crucial period. And that's when we'll see a lot of these kind of campaign messages get boiled down into a few key slogans for voters.
OK, well, we'll leave it there. There's no doubt... Oh, sorry, my dear. No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say, very briefly, James, obviously we're running out of time, in terms of what Keir Starmer said, how problematic is it for him in that he says he's going to outline how the country can change? Well, if he nails his sort of colours to the mast too early and it's a bad idea, then he's got a problem. If it's a good idea and he's doing it too early, the government could nick it from him. How difficult is it for him to play this over the next 12 months?
Yeah, he's got a balancing act. He's got a holding line at the moment, which is that Labour are going to change the country somehow, but also not be too radical, and they're not going to have too many tax rises, for instance. At the moment, that's been holding. It remains to be seen how, after the next few months, if the government can hold its line on pay restraint, that goes forward. But I think that's something that you touch on, which is that his promises on change are going to come under increasing scrutiny as we get closer to an election date and what actually that means for the country.
It's going to be an interesting year, 2023.
Certainly is.
It was very, very interesting year in 22, but it could get even more colourful. James, thanks very much indeed.
Thank you, Anne.
Do stick with us. There's lots more to come, including, of course, we'll have a look at today's front pages.
Monday to Thursday nights on GB News. At 6, it's Dubes & Co. 7 o'clock, Farage. At 8, join Mark Stein. And at 9, Dan Wootton Tonight, followed by Headliners. On TV, radio and online. This is GB News.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
Why not take us home with you by visiting the GB News shop at gbnews.store. You'll find all the official merchandise, a really good present actually for yourself, your friends or your family.
We ship across the UK mainland at no extra cost. GB News, the People's Channel.
Here on GB News Live, we'll be keeping you in the picture, finding out what's happening across the country and finding out why it matters to you. We'll have the facts fast with our team of reporters and specialist correspondents. Wherever it's happening, we'll be there from 12 noon on TV, radio and online. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday on GB News, it's Bev Turner Today from 10 a.m. We're going to be here for you, our GB News family, to keep you up to date, but also make you smile.
The guy went from puberty to adultery.
And I can't wait to bring a few of my own opinions.
I have no time for cultural totalitarianism.
We'll engage in passionate, but always polite debate, with your thoughts and opinions at the centre of it all. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Welcome back. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. I'm here in the studio and Stephen is all cosy at home because he's not feeling very well. How are you at the moment?
Yeah, well, if I'm perfectly honest, Anne, I feel like death warmed up.
Oh.
But I am very pleased. When I spoke to the boss yesterday and said, can we do it this way? Not because I didn't want to come in, actually, but because I didn't want to infect you. Because I'd be sat next to you for 4 hours. I thought that'd be, I know you're not feeling brilliant, but it would make you even worse, wouldn't it?
No,
so,
I think
thankfully you said this would work.
Yeah, because you had it about 2-3 weeks ago, and then I think you gave it to me because I had it all over Christmas, and I think I might have given it back to you or something. But it's good, or frankly, it's never left you. You work too hard. That's what it is.
Oh, is that what it is? All right. Well, hey, well, look. Although we want you to get in touch if you're feeling rotten, how are you dealing with it? What are you doing? gbviews@gbnews.uk. I've got to say the views this morning, Anne, have got a certain subject, quite rightly so. Gary says, hi, Stephen and Anne. Congratulations, Anne, on your OBE. Same from Jane this morning. Rose says, congratulations, Anne, on your OBE. So well deserved.
Oh,
lovely to see us both back on our screens. That's very nice of you. And a nice one from Karen, who says, just wanted to say how thrilled I am about Anne's honour, which is so long overdue. To go through the experience of losing a child and still endeavour to help other people from suffering the same trauma is heroic. Huge congratulations, Anne. And I think a lot of people are going to reflect that, Anne. And as you were saying before, it's, no, it's a long time ago that all this happened. But when we were talking to Mike, your ex-husband, when he came on the show a couple of weeks ago, I mean, it's so obvious just how this, obviously, it never leaves you. It never leaves either of you, does it? And no doubt affects your other boys as well. And but you did so much good out of that, and saved so many lives, actually. I don't know what the figures are now, but they were saying hundreds of lives were saved from that.
They said, I spoke to the professor yesterday. Yeah, I spoke to the professor yesterday who helped me so much with the campaign. Well, it was all his work that I based it on. And he said the latest figures, conservatively spoken in his university hospital, is that it was 25,000 lives, which is terrific. It's Sebastian's legacy, isn't it?
It is.
Great. No, thank you to everybody getting in touch. It's really nice to hear from people. But we've got lots of other things to talk about. Shall we go through the papers? Let's have a look at the front pages. The Sun is leading with the King bestowing a knighthood on Queen guitarist Brian May, of course. I love the headline, King Knights Queen. Very clever. Brian May will become a Sir. And The Times leads on an admission by Sir Chris Whitty that tens of thousands of middle-aged people are dying of heart conditions because they were unable to obtain statins or heart pressure medicine during the pandemic. The Daily Star warns of a very chilly new year as a polar vortex from the North Pole and the US bomb cyclone threaten a big January freeze. Oh, joy. The Express reports that more than 700 prisoners, including sex offenders, robbers and drug dealers, have escaped from jail or been released in error during the past decade. And The Telegraph leads on Rishi Sunak bringing back COVID travel restrictions for the first time since February by demanding negative tests from arrivals from China. Well, let's go inside the papers now. And joining us this morning, journalist and political consultant Emma Burnell and broadcaster Claire Muldoon. It's lovely to see both of you in the studio with me. And there's Stephen at home. Claire, shall we start with the COVID tests from China? This is fascinating and actually a little bit controversial.
Well, yes. Now, we need to remember that COVID is endemic. We're no longer in the pandemic stages of this. And I think it's so easy to lose sight of it. And in fact, going as a journalist and thinking, gosh, what would the headline be for 2023? And we often say, bring back lockdown, we'll have a lockdown. There's so much scaremongering in the mainstream media at the moment, but we need to keep hold of the fact that we have run this wave of COVID. We have to have learnt the mistakes that we made during the lockdown, which there's another story coming up that I will cover, that I think is the death of lockdown and what's causing all of these other deaths that are over and above the national average. Now, is it futile for Rishi Sunak to make these demands in respect to procuring these new COVID tests? No, I don't think it is. I think it's a very good idea that he's doing. He's following in the lines of countries like France, Italy, the States, Spain, India, and in fact, Japan are taking it one step further. They're saying if you arrive in Japan from China and you test positive, then they are reintroducing the concept of 7 days of isolation. Now, whilst I don't think that is very good at all for any of us, but reading through the papers today, this morning, you see there was thousands of NHS workers with COVID. There's a twindemic going on now, they're saying. Flu admissions up and COVID admissions are rising as well. So we really need to base these twindemic things on facts and figures, and we cannot allow us to be whirled up, whipped up into a frenzy of frightening, of being feared, of scaremongering. We need to continually live our lives and live them as best as we possibly can. And just a quick one, talking about you and Stephen, about is that the new GB News re-gifting? Is that what happens? You catch something and then you give it back to someone.
I think so.
And then you give it back again.
Yes, I think it was unwitting. We didn't know we were doing it. I don't know.
No, but it's very. But I think you're quite right. We've got to be very careful not to panic about all of this. And even for a lot of us are feeling quite poorly at the moment. But if we're in a position where we can just cope with it all, then we should just do that and not panic, I think. Emma, can we have a look at the Express and what they're calling a jail scandal?
Yeah, apparently something like, I think it's 700 prisoners have absconded or from prison vans, I think largely, but also from open prisons. Some of them, convicted of very, very serious violent offences, really quite worrying. I've often argued that we should lock fewer people up, but my God, we should be able to trust that when we do lock them up, they stay there. And this is it's just yet another example of things not working, particularly in our justice system. It seems that at no stage does our justice system seem to work for victims and for the people who are supposed to be protected by it.
The fact that some were released by mistake. The Express actually tells the story of one who was a rapist, who was released, I think, just by mistake, and went out and immediately raped somebody.
Yeah, absolutely. And what we're seeing is absolutely nothing has happened in order to make sure that that person is safe to be released. So there hasn't been rehabilitation work, he clearly should not have been released. He was not ready for society, and society should not have been exposed to him. And that's absolutely an extraordinary scandal.
I agree with everything that you've said, but I think the fundamental issue with this has been the privatisation of prisons and the prison service. I don't think there's any accountability. No. There is nothing to say that, there's no checks and balances. It's all out to tender. And I think what you'll find is actually courts, magistrates, everyone and lawyers will be lobbied by these private companies, because if they've got cells full, they're getting paid. And I think that is the issue.
Claire could not be more right, absolutely. And there's no accountability. It's a contract with 1 billion pages of, it's not us, gov, clauses in them. And we just can't run our prisons like that.
I know we have at least one prisons officer watching right now, because he often gets in touch. If you're watching at the moment, why is this happening? How could these things happened, just get in touch and please tell us. gbviews@gbnews.uk. Claire, let's go back to the after effects of the pandemic, now being blamed for an increase in heart attacks.
Now, a couple of weeks ago, Andrew Budgen, the MP, stood up with his parliamentary privilege in the House of Commons and was very verbose in what he said about the British Heart Foundation and made allegiance to the fact that there was something wrong with the COVID vaccination and British Heart Foundation were closing down on it. The British Heart Foundation released a very tart, very succinct press release, which I completely believe, obviously. And anyway, but the front page of the Times, pandemic blamed for increase in heart deaths. Now, this, I think, is the real issue with this. And it's the fact that people were frightened to attend GP appointments during the lockdown. They were scaremongered, they were frightened, they didn't know what to do. They couldn't even realise their symptoms themselves. They couldn't work through them. So as a result, we now have between the ages of 50 and 64, a tranche of people who are like the living well, the living unwell, shall we say, who have fallen through the cracks, who have not been able to get the statins, high blood pressure medication, and have then fallen into heart failure. Now, heart failure is a very deep, very emotive term, and you think you're going to die. The reality is, and I know from personal experience, that if you have heart failure, it doesn't mean that your heart is failing. It's a very, very pejorative term. You hopefully will be fine with the proper medication and the proper checkups. But that is the death of lockdown that I was alluding to earlier. If we only were able to have a fully functional society in which we felt the need and felt secure enough to actually go for these appointments when we weren't feeling well, then this could have been easily prevented. And it hasn't been. Why not? So if we read the front pages of the papers today, we have to take with a pinch of salt the fact that Rishi Sunak is now testing everybody from China because we cannot lose sight of the fact that, one, it is an endemic, two, we've ridden the wave of this, and I think, three, a lot of people in this country will not comply with any further lockdowns.
No. I think that's a ship that's sailed, isn't it?
Mm.
Can we have a look, Emma, at the Telegraph? What are police saying about, or what are police being told about paedophiles?
So this is a complicated story, and I want to try and get it right because I think partly it has been closed down quite quickly by Police Scotland. There is a term, it's been, I wouldn't say popularised, but used by people who might wish to popularise it on social media, which is minor attracted persons. And it seems to be a way of trying to move away from judgment of paedophiles to just saying, hey, it's, you know, it's a condition that needs treating. And there are things that can be done to stop those who have that predilection from acting on it, and we should do that because there are victims involved. And the more you can do to stop any child being harmed, the better. But what we cannot do is try to say that paedophilia is a sexual attraction like any other. It is not. It is a perversion. And we must not move into some sort of sense that it's liberal to be OK with people being attracted to children. It is not. And I speak as someone who is a complete libertine. When you are talking about consensual sex, do what you want with who you want. But you cannot consent as a child, and it is abuse, and we must maintain a sense that abuse is wrong in all circumstances. And I think it's really important. But what has happened in this story is that the Police Scotland have been given some funding to quite rightly look at how they can intervene to stop people offending. That's a good thing. The funding came from an organisation that had used this term in their commissioning documents. So Police Scotland didn't use it, but the commissioning organisation did. So I think it's careful not to tar the Police Scotland with this brush and not to say that they are doing anything wrong in looking at this work. But we do need to move away from this idea that we should normalise this term.
Absolutely, not normalise it. Finally, because we're running out of time, arise Sir Brian May.
Oh, I know. It's wonderful. I think this has been the best honours list, actually, in years. Not only have we got Anne Diamond,
Absolutely.
but, you know, the Lionesses have been acknowledged. Pat Jennings, a Northern Irish footballer, has been acknowledged. Denise Lewis, I think, as well.
Yes.
You know, and David Harewood, an amazing actor for his belief and his help in mental health issues. It's been a tremendous list, and I just think it's wonderful.
It is. I think everybody's thrilled about Sir Brian
Stephen,
May.
when do you think you'll get your on through the door?
Mine?
Yeah.
Well, wouldn't that be nice?
He's got to come into work first.
You can't work from home all the time.
To be fair, I do think there's a bit of poetic justice, because years ago, and we were both saying, oh, wouldn't it be nice to get an honour? Or wouldn't it be nice to get an honorary doctorate? And then I got two.
Yes, you did.
I got two.
From Nottingham Trent, no?
Nottingham Trent and University of Bedfordshire.
I think that must be lovely.
Yeah.
That was lovely. So it's about time it was Anne's turn to get.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I just hope I get invited to the palace or wherever it is done, because you're not told for months probably, at the same day as Brian May.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Wouldn't it? Yeah.
Meet the Queen with the King.
Meet the Queen with the King, yeah, absolutely. Oh, no, that's quite a day, but, yeah, terrific. OK, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Yes, thank you. We'll move on for the moment, because it is already 6:51. Let's bring you up to date with the rest of today's top stories. Well, 4 lionesses have been recognised in the New Year's honours list, the first to be issued by King Charles. The captain, Leah Williamson, has been made an OBE, while her teammates Lucy Bronze, Beth Mead and Ellen White are all MBEs. And then, as we were mentioning there, Sir Brian May. And Grayson Perry, the artist, he's got a knighthood too. Very well deserved. Ambulance staff are being told to conserve oxygen supplies due to a surge in demand. According to the Health Service Journal, South East Coast Ambulance Service Foundation Trust have told staff the shortage is being caused by the high number of patients with respiratory conditions, which suppliers are reporting to be higher than during the first wave of the pandemic. And hundreds of thousands of people with type 1 diabetes in England are now using a life-saving gadget to help them better manage their condition. That's according to health leaders. And at NHS England, they say that more than 200,000 people are now using the monitoring device, which allows patients to monitor their blood sugars through an app without having to take a finger prick test. Stephen knows all about that. Pioneering US broadcaster and interviewing Barbara Walters has died, aged 93, after a career spanning half a century. She was the first woman to anchor an evening news broadcast. She won 12 Emmy Awards and created the popular ABC women's talk show The View. She did that back in 1997 and it's still going. She died at her home in New York yesterday. Very sad that we lost quite a few rather important people just in the last few days, didn't we? But Barbara Walters certainly was an inspiration to generations, particularly of female journalists, I say. But 93, she had a great innings. She did so much brilliant work in her life. But it's very, very sad to hear of her death. Now, I don't know about you. Are you going to make a New Year's resolution? Does a new year, the prospect of a new year, fill you with hope that maybe you'll actually get to grips with yourself? Maybe you're going to jumpstart your workout routine in January. I know I am. Setting some sort of health and wellness New Year's resolutions. This is my contribution. I bought myself a water bottle. I need to drink more water. That's my New Year's resolution. That's an easy one, though, isn't it, really? I ought to do so much more. Do you need the right equipment and accessories to get yourself really fit in 2023? So let's turn to someone who can tell us much more and how to do it and how to stick to it, hopefully. Fitness and exercise guru Josh Saltzman. Lovely to see you.
Nice to see you too, Anne, and congratulations on your New Year's Honour Award.
Thank you very much. And we've got a big job to do on Stephen because he's not feeling very well today.
Oh, Stephen, feel better soon.
Oh, I will.
Oh, and you've been joined by Timmy. Now, you see, that's
Timmy's
good for
arrived.
you. Yeah,
yes,
hello,
he's
Timmy.
very good for the blood pressure.
Well, he is, isn't he? Absolutely. So, I mean, is there any point in saying, New Year, January the 1st, I'm going to do something with myself.
Yes, there is a point to do something with yourself, Anne, and for the audience out there, but I would say stick with this theme, nurturing rather than torturing. I think there's a lot of stuff we see online where these trainers are yelling at people, get out of bed, come on, run down the road, do this, do that. You should be nice to yourself. And I say that because science has proved to us that cortisol, which is a hormone that we need to have in the morning, preferably, it's not good to have that all the time. And if you do things that are detrimental to your health, like pushing yourself too hard, your body doesn't care about being fit, it cares about being okay. So it needs more sleep, it needs the right nutrition, it needs daily disciplines, but it doesn't need to be tortured. You should laugh more, do things that are comfortable to do, walk rather than run if you haven't run before, and let your body adapt to whatever you're doing. But, you know, do it in a way where you like yourself rather than you don't like yourself. So don't beat yourself up, nurture yourself.
The problem is with all of that, though, Josh, is that we do these things because we generally, not because we want to be healthier, but because we want to look better and we want change quickly, don't we?
Well, nothing comes quick, and if you want to get in shape quickly, start slowly, I would say. So let your body adjust, because at this time of year, Stephen, you know for yourself that if you push yourself too much, you lower your immune system. So if you don't get enough sleep, you know, you're going to get, you have a greater chance of getting ill. So fitness is good as long as you can adapt to it. And things should be more disciplined than deprivation. And a lot of times people go at themselves because they're angry at themselves. Okay, so you're not in shape, so you need to get in shape. Well, start slowly. Walk before you run. And start changing your nutrition so you stop eating so much sugar. So sleep more, because sleep is a natural growth hormone. So if you want the benefits of fitness, realize that 95% of fitness is actually how you're thinking, how you're eating, how you're sleeping, and 5% is actually what you do physically.
You've spoken at least twice there of walking before you want to run. If you are just going to say, all right, it's January tomorrow, and I'm going to start by walking, taking a daily walk, is there a good time of day to do that?
Yes, I would say the best time of day to do your walking, if you can, is first thing in the morning, because that's when you get exposed to any kind of sunlight. Now, I know there's not a lot of sunlight today, and certainly at the hour that I came to the studio here. However, that's what boosts your good cortisol levels, because that's when cortisol should kick up into your system. When you're at night, and if you haven't gotten up early enough in the morning, you will find it more difficult to sleep. So you're better off doing things first thing in the morning. And the first thing in the morning thing is also a time to get your head together, because really, free your mind and everything else follows, so to speak. So if you give yourself a chance to kind of connect with yourself first thing in the morning, through walking, through things you can do in your own home. You don't need to join a gym. You don't need fancy equipment. You can do things in your own home or outside that is everything you need for well-being.
OK, so start by walking. We'll talk more in the new year anyway. I'm sure you've got lots more to tell us, Josh. For the moment, thanks very much indeed.
Well, thank you for having me, and Happy New Year to everyone out there. Make it a healthy one, too. Stephen, get better soon, buddy.
Oh, I will.
I think it's still dark out there, so you don't have to go out for a walk yet. Not yet, anyway. Do stick with us. We've got lots more coming, including all the very latest showbiz news, of course, which includes all the very latest on those New Year's honours. Much, much more straight after this.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
The national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
We are GB News, right across the nation. You can get us on television, on radio, on digital. We're absolutely everywhere.
Amazing! You see, amazing!
You remind me of me in the European Parliament. But here's the most important bit. We are not part of the mainstream establishment. We think and speak just like you do. We are the People's Channel.
Magnificent. That's really, really thoughtful.
Come and join us on GB News, the People's News Channel.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akue, Saturday and Sunday afternoons on GB News. Expect fiery debate and passionate discussion as me and my panel tackle some of the biggest topics hitting the headlines. It's a place for everyone's opinion. No one gets cancelled, but no one gets an easy ride.
Oh, she's on it today!
Be ready for conversations that are fierce, frank, and of course, fun. Every Saturday and Sunday afternoon from 4 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel.
More than 1,000 people have been recognised in the King's first New Year's Honours List. Good morning, it's 7 o'clock on Saturday, the 31st of December. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne. I'm on my own at the moment, but Stephen will join us in a few moments' time. He's not feeling very well at all, so we've done the sensible thing and told him to stay at home. I think half the nation has got this awful super cold, and he's certainly got it bad at the moment. So he'll join us a bit later on when he's feeling up to it. He's probably putting the kettle on as we speak. So do stay with us and tell us how you are. Get in touch with us, please. gbviews@gbnews.uk. Where are you watching us from? Have you got this terrible cold? Are you watching us from under your duvet? Get in touch. Here are your top stories this morning. So, a knighthood for Queen guitarist Brian May and gongs for England's pride, the Lionesses. We'll reveal who's been rewarded by King Charles in His Majesty's first New Year's Honours List. Bedbound Britain, the Royal College of Emergency Medicine believes this month will be the worst winter on record for A&E waiting times as cases of flu and strep A skyrocket. We'll have the latest advice from healthcare professionals. And do you remember Partygate and pension pots and PPE? 2022 was an explosive year for British politics. We had 3 prime ministers and 4 chancellors. We'll reflect on the past 12 months and look ahead to 2023 as both Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer deliver their New Year's speeches. And new missions and stunning images from the world's most powerful telescope to the long-awaited debut launch of NASA's next-generation moon rocket. We're going to be reflecting on what an incredible year it's been in space and what we can expect in the year ahead. And as I said, what are you most excited about? If you are, get in touch with us, gbviews@gbnews.uk. Oh, Nora says hot honey and lemon is a brilliant cold and flu remedy. That's really what I fancy at the moment. My daughter swears by it when she fought and beat leukemia twice and had a stem cell transplant in May last year. She drank lots of hot honey and lemon when she had no immune system due to treatment. Get well soon to Stephen. Yeah. And Martin says the same sort of thing. Honey and lemon always helps. If you've got any great cold and flu tips, do get in touch with us, won't you? gbviews@gbnews.uk. Now, the New Year's Honours List. King Charles is first, and it's been released with a host of Brits rewarded for public service, youth engagement and community work. I think the big headline has to be about Queen guitarist Brian May, because he's going to be Sir Brian May. Brilliant. And there's also the artist Grayson Perry, who's also been knighted for services to the arts. What a character he is. And then you look at the Lionesses. Captain Leah Williamson is among 4 of England's Euro 2022 winning side to be named in the list. And the Countdown star Rachel Riley's got an MBE for her Holocaust campaign work. Fantastic to all. They must be excited today. Stephanie Tetchett is with us, and you know all about it too.
And actually, I think the big headliner is you, actually. Among all those names, you're the one that's got me most excited.
Oh, thank
and
you.
And I have to say congratulations, and it's well-deserved.
Oh, there's Stephen. Stephen's joined us.
Hi, Stephen.
No,
Hello, I'm back.
Sending you lots
I was
of
going to say
love
we're
and well wishes.
Oh, thank you, Dad. We're very honoured, aren't we, Stephanie, that we now get to work with someone who's been recognised for her amazing work over the decades.
It's so heartwarming and it's very inspirational. And as your colleague, to watch you being honoured this way, it's incredible. What a way to bring it.
I know, it's funny because I've known about it for only about 4 weeks. And they send you an email. and first of all, your first thought immediately is, this is a wind-up.
Yep.
And it said, you know, if you've got any questions, ring this number. And I thought, well, I'm not going to ring that number. I'll find out my own number for the Cabinet Office and ring them. And I rang them twice to make sure it wasn't a scam. And there was a lovely lady at the other end who said, no, it's not a scam. She said, I've got you here. You're on my computer. Shall I read out all the details? And she did. And she said, you're not the first person to ring wondering if it's a scam, because it would be an awful scam if it was, wouldn't it? But anyway, it's not. It's absolutely brilliant.
Are you feeling quite nervous?
I will be when I know. I tell you what, it will be. They said it can happen. The ceremony happens at any point, really, over the next few months. And she said, you know, you'll get an email from us inviting you, and if you can't make it, then we'll invite you on another day and another. And I said, who's doing them at the moment? She said, well, it's most likely to be the King, William, or Anne. And I thought any of those would do for me. That would be really nice. And it's just lovely being in the King's first New Year's honours, isn't it?
How monumental.
Yeah. I just hope I go along the same day as Brian May.
Oh, my gosh. Brian May is well-deserved for him as well, because for many years people have been campaigning for him to become a Sir, because he's been, you know, there's been many moments of this nation's history that he's just been a part of. Like, for the Golden Jubilee, he performed God Save the Queen.
Yes, he did.
On Buckingham Palace.
On the roof of Buckingham Palace.
So that was iconic. And then this year alone, for the Platinum Jubilee, he ushered things in his real rock and roll style. So he definitely deserves it. And he said, I regard it as a kind of charge, like a kind of commission to do the things that one would expect a knight to do, to fight for justice, to fight for people who don't have any voice.
Yeah. And he certainly has got a voice, hasn't he? I tell you what, should we go on to somebody who's very, very special to Stephen and me? He's pageant master Bruno Peake, who masterminded worldwide beacon tributes for the Queen's Golden, Diamond and Platinum Jubilees. He's been on the programme, I don't know if you remember him, absolutely lovely man. And he has been recognised for his service to the late monarch in the New Year's honours and joins us now. Congratulations, Bruno.
First time I've ever been called a lovely man.
I doubt that.
That's normally a bit ruder than that, but there you go. Oh, it's a great honour, but I've accepted it in tribute to the many hundreds of thousands of people around the world who've supported me, for the last 3 decades, because this was my 3rd Jubilee for Her Majesty the Queen. And it was such an honour to receive being made a Commander of the Royal Victorian Order, because, as you know, that's a personal gift from the monarch. So, yeah, I'm really chuffed. But as I said, I really accept it in tribute to all those who've, for the last 3 decades, have supported me, especially my wife in the last 10 years, because it's been, you know, a hard 10 years, not just organising the Jubilee, but other events, and because of COVID and everything. And it was my wife that really kept me going.
That's wonderful. I know how fond you were, too, of the Queen. And it must be very moving for you. Obviously, we all mourned the loss of the Queen, but to be named in the King's first New Year's honour as a sort of tribute to the work you did with the Queen, that must be very special.
It was. It is. And it was the last thing that Her Majesty the Queen said to me before I left her, because I had to escort her back into Windsor Castle as she lit the principal beacon. She just gave me one of her wonderful smiles and just said thank you. And they were the last words that she ever said to me, and I'll never forget it. Oh, that's Wilson, our dog, and VE Day. There's a funny story behind that, because we had the press turn up. They wanted to take photographs of my good self, But my lovely wife, Maura, she decided to put the flag on Wilson, and he made the front page of the Times. I didn't even get a look in.
No, well, it's often the way, isn't it, with these things? I tell you what, Bruno, it must be nice, is it? I mean, there's so much goes on around the royal family and the big events and the big pageants and the celebrations. And most of us, of course, don't understand, have no idea about the work that goes in. I mean, just the very fact that that is being recognised now must be very nice. I mean, the fact we've been able to talk to you over the last 12 months to explain a little bit more about the work that you and your team do. It's nice that we're getting an insight into all of that, isn't it?
It is. But, you know, these events, I mean, normally take me about 18 months, 2 years. To organise, pull together, because you have to build a new team of people up around you, each one. I mean, this is the third Jubilee that I did for Her Majesty the Queen. But because we all knew it was going to be the last one, that's why I had to be the biggest and the best. So there was a lot of pressure, not just on me, but on all the people around the UK, the Channel Islands, Isle of Man, and for the first time in all the capital cities of the Commonwealth, to light beacons in tribute to this wonderful, wonderful woman who was always so gracious to me when we met, always so gracious. And we're lucky we've got a good king coming in, King Charles. He'll make a great king, and he's also got a good woman behind him as well. So, you know, I wish him all the best.
Yes, it's working well, isn't it? So maybe you and I will meet up.
Sorry?
Maybe you and I will meet up at Windsor Castle or Buckingham Palace or something.
Yeah. We could meet up. It'd either be Windsor Castle or the Palace, I should imagine.
I imagine so, yeah.
That would be nice. Yeah.
We'll keep in touch.
Congratulations on your OBE, by the way. Well deserved.
Thank you very much, you too. Lovely to talk to you.
My pleasure.
I feel extremely left out in that conversation, dear me.
Sorry about that, dear boy.
It's a wonderful thing to see you two. I've never worked with anyone who's been honoured and sort of worked with them on the day, so it's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, well, there you are. Bruno as well.
Yeah, we accept it on behalf of others, because it's the others that made it work.
Yes. Absolutely, and I think that's very true of probably a lot of people who get honoured in this way, because, you know, maybe they're the name or they did a lot of the work, but you don't usually do these things on your own. I mean, you've got a team behind you, haven't you, Bruno? People that you know and respect and who work with you, and one of the reasons that you were so and trust.
Yes, there was so much trust put in you to do these events for members of the royal family. And I often pinch myself because I left school bottom of the class, no qualifications, as a baker and confectioner. And here I am, you know, organising the Queen's Platinum Jubilee beacons. And also we had a song written for the occasion. We had pipers, we had buglers, we had town criers. You know, all these people who made a huge effort to make sure it worked for Her Majesty the Queen. And that was the most important thing.
Yep, that's a lesson for us all, isn't it? You don't always have to pass your exams to actually turn out to be a very successful person indeed. Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us, Bruno.
Good to see you.
Brilliant.
Pleasure.
Yeah.
Pleasure as always. And
Oh, off they go. Off they go. Stephen's in a box at the moment because he's not feeling very well at all, and I think you can hear it. Stephen, are you still there? Because I just want to make sure, double-check with you, that because I think a lot of people will think we're being very cruel making you work from home because it's a long programme. Are you all right still? Are you keeping going? Oh, for some reason we can't hear you at all.
You can't.
Oh, that's better. We've got two of you.
Oh, can you hear me now? Oh, there's two of you now. This is what I call a programme, Anne. Two of me on the screen. That's perfect. I think no, I'm feeling pretty rotten. But I wanted to be on this morning because obviously we've had Christmas off and we were always planning to be back today. So I wanted to get on with it. I mean, the advantage is I actually woke up at 10 to 5 rather than 3 o'clock. So So that was all right. So I've had a bit of a lie-in, and I've got to confess I've got my jogging bottoms on, and a pair of slippers. So it's quite relaxed this morning in a way. But it's all good, and you know what it's like, Anne, especially in this sort of job. You don't just want to be off all the time, do you? So it's nice to be back. The only question for the bosses is I'm meant to be on next week.
And you're worried about that?
I'm a bit worried about that because I don't know if the voice is going to hold out.
No.
But maybe I'll be better by Monday. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how we go.
Only if you look after yourself. Sam says grapefruit juice for you. It's an old radio broadcaster trick. So I presume Sam is an old radio broadcaster, I don't know. Ask someone to get you some and sip it on it throughout the show. Take zinc every day. Stephen needs to take zinc. Vitamin C, vitamin D daily until you feel better. Zinc halts intracellular viral replication. Vitamin D combats inflammation. Vitamin C helps with infection and repair. Very important. And also, hot black tea is very good. But you did ask, he says, sorry, and that is my field. So there you go. Take the advice. So
well, it sounds like an expert. Very
zinc,
good.
vitamin C, vitamin D or vitamin, for all of those reasons. And drink it with some hot black tea or grapefruit juice.
No, well, there you go. I'll give it a whirl.
Yeah, rush out and get some. OK, shall we move on? I'll bring everybody up to date with the rest of today's top stories. The government has confirmed anyone travelling directly from China to the UK from the 5th of January must show a negative COVID test before departure. The Health Secretary, Steve Barclay, described the temporary measure as a balanced and precautionary approach. And it comes amid concerns about surging case numbers in China following an easing of restrictions there. The pioneering US broadcaster and interviewer Barbara Walters has died, aged 93, after a career spanning half a century. She was the first woman to anchor an evening news broadcast. She won 12 Emmy Awards and created the popular ABC women's talk show The View. She died at her home in New York yesterday. Sales of electric cars next year are going to be affected by high costs and a lack of chargers. The consumer website electrifying.com estimates that around 350,000 new electric cars will be sold in the UK in 2023, around 100,000 more than this year. Sales of new petrol and diesel cars and vans in the UK will be banned from 2030. And thousands of people will attend Edinburgh's traditional Hogmanay celebrations as they return for the first time in 3 years. The event has been cancelled, of course, for the last 2 years because of COVID. The Pet Shop Boys are going to be the headliners. They're going to be performing in the gardens, and there'll be lots of fireworks and bonfires and torches throughout the evening, as per usual. Does it look a bit wet and cold, though, in Edinburgh at the moment, doesn't it? And it was very sad, I thought, about Barbara Walters. For anyone in journalism, particularly women in journalism, she was an absolute leading light and I think inspired generations. She was the first woman in America, right back in the, I don't know, probably 70s, to earn £1 million a year. It was thought to be groundbreaking, even though the male anchors were already earning more. She was the first woman to do so and made lots of headlines at the time. But she went on to be an absolute pioneer. So R.I.P. Barbara Walters. We've lost some pretty important names in the last 48 hours or so, haven't we? Always happens at this time of year. It feels like it anyway. Now, the latest figures show that the number of flu cases in hospital is a whopping 7 times higher than last month. New data from NHS England shows there were 3,746 patients a day in hospital with flu last week. And that's up from 520 a month ago. And of those in hospital last week, 267 were in critical care beds. The NHS has warned the rise in flu cases is continuing to put pressure on health services. But what can be done to help relieve the pressure on the system generally? Well, joining us now is Dr. Leila Hanbeck, who's the Chief Executive of the Association of Independent Multiple Pharmacies. And a very good morning. Thanks very much for joining us. It feels like a horrendous situation. Can everybody cope? And what should we do to actually get that balance between realising you're ill and you do need help, or realising you're just not that ill and you should stay at home? How would you go? How would you advise?
Well, this winter, we've definitely seen much higher cases in comparison to previous years, and it's been very difficult for the NHS to cope with this, particularly around the fact that there are strikes as well going on. But vaccination is something that the NHS has been advocating for some time in terms of for those eligible groups to get both the flu and COVID vaccination. But also for those who are, for example, with a suppressed immune system or suffering from long-term conditions, or pregnant women, getting that flu jab is essential. We tend to see between December and February the flu cases going up, but during the pandemic, because of people not mixing as much and the social distancing and all of that, the cases were lower. But this year, the viruses are thriving, unfortunately.
Layla, with all of this is it's always too late. If you start to feel ill, then it's too late. Certainly with the flu vaccine, it's too late to get it, isn't it? I mean, you can't have a vaccine if you're feeling a little bit under the weather to begin with. For those people who are in that position, what can they do? Because there's generally not a lot we can do with viruses, is there?
Yeah, definitely. So resting a lot, drinking plenty of water. I heard some really good advice that some people had sent you. For example, taking zinc tablets or honey and lemon tea is always really good to have. If you are in pain and you can take paracetamol or ibuprofen to ease the pain, it's a good thing. And generally, just looking after ourselves and resting. I had it myself 2 weeks ago, and I know how difficult it is. It kind of knocks you down, and it's just resting as much as you possibly can, and keeping hydrated as well.
Is it, you mentioned getting the flu jab if you haven't already. Are there enough flu jabs going around now? And where would you go now? Would you more likely get one from a pharmacy? What should people do?
For some eligible groups, the flu jab is free of charge through the NHS. You can get it through your local pharmacy. For others who are not in the eligible group, you can still get your flu jab by going privately, again, to the pharmacist. So we do have enough flu vaccination or flu vaccines going around this year, which is a good thing. And if we still have time until February, so if people haven't had that flu jab and they feel that they need it, it's something that NHS has recommended, and we do recommend as well.
Yeah, it's well. Look, all I can say is, if you haven't had it, and especially if you're in a vulnerable group like me, just have it. Because I mean, I can't. If this is flu, and it may not be, I don't know. But if it is a touch of flu, and I hadn't had the flu jab, I'd be in a much worse position than I am now. At least I can ride this out.
How do you tell? Layla, how do you tell whether or not you've got a really, really stinking cold or whether it is flu? How do you know?
Yeah, it's difficult to identify that, but flu tends to give you more muscle pain, so you feel more under the weather when you have flu. So you still will have the cold symptoms, like runny nose and so on. But with flu, you tend to get fever and you get a lot of muscle pain. You feel weak, as I said, it's just resting, keeping hydrated, and drinking plenty of water and taking the painkillers if you're in a lot of pain.
OK, well, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much for that. I mean, there's no doubt an awful lot of people watching right now are suffering just like you, Stephen. Andrew says, I've had flu symptoms for over a week now and feel really terrible. And now my husband is the same. We live in Spain and the climate is mild even at this time of year, but we haven't escaped it. No choice but to stay in bed and watch GB News. Good.
Have you got me back yet?
Yeah,
there you
we
go.
got you now.
Audio keeps dropping out. There you go. It's technology for you. Raymond says the current epidemic can be directly related to people living in the cold. If you can't afford to keep warm in the cold.
Oh, you've disappeared again. It's when you go back in your box.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, it's when you go back in your box, we seem to lose your audio, so we won't do that again.
We'll get that sorted out. I tell you what, though, it's an interesting point from Raymond saying because we're living in, people aren't heating their homes as much. Is that making this worse? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, Andrew lives
in
Spain. Yeah. Andrew lives in Spain and says it's not bad there. But Sarah says, grated root ginger and 1 lemon. Let it infuse, then drain off. Add a spoon of honey and then add your tipple, whatever it is, bit of whiskey or cognac. That helps a lot. Luckily, she says, I've had my flu jab, but I won't have the 4th booster as I've had too many side effects. But get well, Stephen. Make a speedy recovery because we need you back.
Oh, I will.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
OK, right. Shall we move on and talk politics? Such fun. It's been such a busy year. We've had 3 prime ministers, 2 monarchs. 1 year. The only constant in 2022 seems to be change. Over the past 12 months, we've also seen 4 chancellors and 2 mini-budgets, remember them. And don't forget Beergate and Partygate to add to the turmoil. Well, in his first New Year's message as Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak has warned the UK's problems are not going to go away in 2023. The Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, pledged in his own address to continue making the case for a new Britain that would fix struggling public services and grow the economy for everyone. So such a lot to look forward to discuss the prospects of 2023. We've got with us James Heal, who's the Spectator's diary editor. And yes, it's going to be an interesting year, but you can barely remember all of the turmoil that happened in the last one.
I mean, it's crazy. You look at, for instance, in Parliament, the number of MPs who served as ministers this year, who was in, who was out of the cabinet. It was more like a merry-go-round at times. And really, I think that was the whole problem of 2022, was politicians trying to get to grips with these global forces. And I mean, I think there'll be only less instability in 2023, we hope. But obviously, the kind of causes of those and the structural problems aren't going to go away anytime soon.
Because we're not going to have a general election in 2023, or it's very, very unlikely at least, where does that leave the state of politics moving forward over the next year?
I think that both Keir Starmer and Rishi Sunak share a sort of desire to try and get politics back to normal. I think both of them want to project competence and delivery. And so I think we've seen this shift from what Boris Johnson used to do, which was quite a lot of hyperbole, great rhetoric, but often sometimes I think there was a sense of failure to deliver on that. So I think that Rishi Sunak will try and actually sort of downplay things. You saw that with his immigration package a few weeks ago. Rather than the kind of flagship headline-grabbing Rwanda scheme, it was going to be a smaller package of measures. And I think Keir Starmer basically is trying to very much project an image of being sensible, of being moderate, of being sober. And therefore, I think that it'll be a kind of more sober year in terms of politics at this stage, although God only knows what it'll end up in 12 months' time.
Oh, well, on that note, I tell you what, I'm being yelled at to finish now because we're running out of time. Cool. But maybe that's a good way of leaving it. God only knows what's going to happen. We'll see. Lots to talk about, though. Thanks very much, James. Still to come, we'll be taking a look back at all this year's greatest sporting events, from the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham to the World Cup and the Winter Olympics. Let's take a short break, though.
I'm Mark Dolan. Join me at 11 on GB News for Headliners, in which I'll be joined by 2 of the UK's top comedians discussing tomorrow's papers. If it's an important story, we'll cover it, but we'll have some fun along the way. Headliners, the late-night paper review that won't send you to sleep like the others will. 7 nights a week at 11 p.m. on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Jubilee, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Jubilee, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
I'm Mark White. As GB News Home and Security Editor, I cover those key issues that are so important to you. Our authorities, our communities doing all they can to combat violent crime. With the public services under unbearable strain, why are we still failing to control our borders? Defence, the first priority of any government, has been continually hollowed out. Can we trust our politicians to protect the armed forces? Join me, Mark White, on GB News.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512,
Virgin Media Channel 604,
Freesat Channel 216,
Freeview Channel 236,
And YouView Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB Plus Radio,
with the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello, welcome back. You're watching Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. Stephen's gone off to make a cup of tea, I think. We'll give his voice a rest for a few minutes because we've got with us somebody who can talk it anyway. Aidan McGee's joined us. We were talking about it being a crazy year this year in politics.
Yeah, exactly.
It's been a very interesting year in sport, hasn't it?
Yeah, without question. I mean, we've seen some interesting awards in the New Year's Honours list as well. Pat Jennings is a bit confusing because his career finished 36 years ago. Hasn't done a great deal since, but he probably deserved it at the time. Better late than never. Chris Kamara, the football pundit, as well, been given an MBE for services to football and anti-racism and broadcasting as well. One I wasn't really pleased. Well, I was a bit miffed about. I was expecting Kevin Sinfield, the rugby league player, the ex-Leeds Rhinos player, to get one. He's done some fantastic work supporting his former teammate, Rob Burrow.
You never know why.
No, you don't.
For some people, it takes a long time.
You don't.
Other people get awarded straight away. It's weird.
It's the easiest thing in the world to go through a list and say, I don't agree with that. Oh, he should get it, she should get it, he shouldn't, all the rest of it. So, and there's plenty of time in the future for it to happen as well. And you can't award everyone in one go, can you? You can do it maybe next year after.
A lot of people are saying, why didn't all of the team of the Lionesses get some sort of recognition?
Well, I guess the issue with that, Anne, is that say the men's England team have won the World Cup and they'd all been made Sports Personality of the Year. Well, you could face a situation where the two substitute goalkeepers who didn't play a minute could get Sports Personality of the Year, which would be a bit weird. So maybe select a goalkeeper, manager, that kind of stuff, or a standout player. I understand that, and maybe do other ones, selected ones later in their cycle. You could also argue that some of these players, are quite young and quite early in what they're going to achieve. They could achieve the World Cup next year as well. Don't forget. So there's plenty of time for them to achieve stuff.
Mind you, Cristiano Ronaldo, who didn't get an award, but has landed a job worth quite a bit of money.
Yeah, look, the circus has been going around Europe for the last couple of months now. We know he's been leaving Manchester United. He's engineered his move out of there. Now, nobody wanted him, and that's the reality of the situation, the cold, harsh reality. He's had a poor World Cup.
Why?
Because he is a circus in himself, and I think that a lot of young coaches who run these clubs now, they know that if they invite him into their club, you have to change your whole setup to accommodate Cristiano Ronaldo, not just from a tactical point of view, also from a media point of view. Suddenly your club can be catapulted into the media spotlight, the stakes are higher, the pressure increases.
And everybody else in the team gets eclipsed.
Well, they do. I mean, somebody like Ronaldo comes in, he's going to be earning so much more than the other players. It does breed resentment in the dressing room. It's as simple as that. But if you're not flavour of the month and you haven't had a great World Cup and people are basically thinking down of you at the moment, well, you may as well take a job that pays £400 million over 3 years.
400 million.
Over 3 years.
Yeah, over 3 years.
Yeah, so it's £173 million a year.
Doesn't that make it the biggest money signing ever
in football, without doubt? I mean, I think he was on 20 million a year previously. I mean, he didn't need the money. Now, the thing is, that's people are saying to me, is that him done as a footballer? I think that probably is, yeah.
So who's he gone to play for?
He's gone to play for a team called Al Nassr.
No, I haven't heard of them.
No, they're playing in Saudi Arabia now. Saudi want the WorldP in 2030, and the big joke going around at the moment is that, given that there's hardly any crowds there, if you wanted atmosphere, you'd be better off going to play for Nasser. But Stephen's here. If Stephen's here, he'll laugh more at my joke. But,
sorry. I'll work at it.
Yeah, good.
But so he's gone to work for this club that nobody really very much knows.
No, it's a poor standard.
Just for money.
I would think so. I mean, and the hypocrisy is it comes from the fact that he said that he wanted to leave Manchester United to play in the Champions League. Well, you can't play in the Champions League if you're playing for Al Nassr. He's not even playing within the boundaries of Europe. So, longer-term strategy for him. And I guess they have to look at legacy at some point. They have to look at what they do after football. He's 37. Maybe someone has sat down with him and thought, let's be realistic here. What are you doing next after football? Yes, you'll have lots of money, but you can't just sit around doing nothing. I think he wants to be a big part of that Saudi World Cup bid. Now, that hasn't been without criticism in itself. There has been a statement overnight from a group representing the family of prisoners in Saudi, and here's what they had to say. If you say yes, talking to Ronaldo, if you say yes to visit Saudi, you are in effect saying yes to all the human rights abuses taking place today in modern Saudi Arabia. But if you say no, you will send an equally powerful message. It looks like he's opted agained the latter
yes,
and
that's
taken the money. And this is, the Gulf states know, with the sports washing, they know that sports people are viable.
Could do so much good with that money, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Finally, Pele. I mean,
Yes.
you know, now there's a name all of us knew.
Yes,
there have been
exactly.
some wonderful, heartwarming
He didn't like the name Pele, you know. He thought
No, I didn't realise it wasn't his real name.
No, it's not.
It was a nickname.
It doesn't mean anything. There's no translation in Brazilian, apparently. He didn't really like it. He thought it was kind of baby talk. But, yeah, look, so last night we had Liverpool's goalkeeper, Alisson, who's Brazilian. He laid some flowers in the centre circle alongside the captain, Jordan Henderson. West Ham did a good one, actually, because there's a famous picture. There's Alisson on the screen there for the benefit of our radio listeners. West Ham did an interesting one because they've got the link with Bobby Moore going back to 1970. So that famous picture of Bobby Moore and Pele at the 1970 World Cup embracing in great act of sportsmanship. Yeah. So they showed that. The other Premier League clubs, I mean, there's like 10 other games, or how many other? 6 other games today. Wolves and Man United at 12:30. They're going to be various tributes planned.
They'll all do something.
They will, yeah. It's going to be around minutes applause, I would have thought. Black armband, certainly. And wherever else they have. I mean, each individual club has their own kind of link with Pele, I would have thought. He did travel around quite a lot. And so there were pictures. I mean, there was a reason for that.
To everybody.
There was a reason for that because football-wise, he wasn't allowed outside of Brazil until he moved to America in the 80s. He wasn't. The government just wouldn't allow him to leave.
Is that a fact?
Yeah, he had to play all his league games, his professional games for Santos. He went to play for the New York Cosmos. So his post-football career was actually quite an enlightening experience.
He was like an ambassador. Wasn't
he? He was. He was able to travel places he'd never been before. Just.
Knocking the flowers
Sorry,
off.
I do apologise.
We've got to leave it there because we're running out of time. Lovely to see you. Are you coming back again?
I believe so.
Good. OK, look forward to it.
Good.
Right.
Cheers, Anne.
Aidan, thanks very much indeed. Do stick with us. We've got lots more to come. We're going to be looking through the newspapers quite soon.
We are GB News, and we'd like to say thank you to each and every one of you for bringing us your conversations, for helping our great nation find its voice. We are here for you on radio, television, and online, across England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland.
It's not the BBC, you know, you actually get your facts right.
We are proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates.
Do you not believe in prisons? I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned. I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and tune-in apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join me every Sunday at 6 p.m. for Gloria Meets. In exclusive interviews, I'll be finding out who our politicians really are and what they really think.
It's something that you would never want anyone to suffer.
I didn't know what channels there were. I didn't think I'd be believed.
I must have weighed about 7 stone and I'm 5'8".
My instincts was to sort of cover this up. I mean, clearly that was a mistake.
Join me every Sunday at 6 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. I'm here in the studio. Stephen is at home because he's not very well, and we reckoned that it was the best place for him. Nice hot water bottle, Timmy the cat to keep him company. And you're still with us all right there, Stephen? You can still speak?
Oh, yes.
Oh, good. Jolly good.
Plodding on.
As you can see, also, we're joined by journalist and political consultant Emma Burnell and broadcaster Cal Meldon, because we'll go through the papers.
Yes, we are.
So shall I kick off first, Emma? Rishi's plans. The sun is going to shine next year, apparently.
I mean, this was your classic New Year's message from a politician. I don't blame Rishi for this particularly, but the idea that Rishi set out any plans in this New Year message is a very generous interpretation. It was your classic, it's all going to be wonderful next year and everything will be sunshine and roses and light. But I'm not going to tell you why or how we get out of where we are now. So it didn't
say much, did it?
It didn't say much of anything at all. And, you know, as I say, it's not Rishi's fault particularly, it's the classic, but I'm not entirely sure why they do it, other than everybody doesn't. If you don't do it, that would be the story. But it's just a bit vacuous, really. And I think Rishi should worry about the fact that he's slightly seen as not having anything to say. So not having anything to say once again at the start of the new year is a bit of a problem for him.
Neither of them said very much in their broadcasts.
It's the same for Keir Starmer, though, isn't it? And his New Year message it's vacuous as well. I mean,
absolutely. No, I mean, they're all the same. It's not. I mean, I don't think the politicians themselves are the same, but all New Year's messages are basically next year will be great. Hey,
yeah.
And it's like, well, did I need to hear that from you?
No, in a way, you feel it's the king's job to give New Year messages. You leave it to him.
Yeah, or us here at GBNews.
Oh, don't go down that.
Everything's going to be fine.
Well, we shall, fingers crossed. Claire, what's the Telegraph saying this morning?
Well, look, you know I'm not a great fan of AI at all, but this is deeply, because we've covered this before, this new artificial intelligence chat box thing. So now it's actually it's hit schools now, as we predicted it would, without any need for AI. We said it ourselves. We have got a crisis of education and original thought in this country. We've got a crisis of academia and children enabling themselves to become academics. And to become an academic, everyone knows what it is. You've got to have original thought, you reason it out, you forensically research your piece, you have your for, you have your against argument, but you funnel it and you channel it to your view. And that's the originality of it. Unfortunately now, what we're facing is that children who will be doing courseworks for GCSEs or A-levels in England and Wales, and indeed for their higher educational certificates in Scotland, what they will be able to do, free of charge, by the way, is actually download this app, for want of a better word, key in keywords of what they want this essay to be written on. Lo and behold, you'll get an essay. And when this was first designed in Silicon Valley, I think Elon Musk had shares in it. He then sold it. I think it's now a Microsoft app. Universities were saying, well, we've got to turn it out, or turn the key, whatever it is, to process all the documents to make sure these are original pieces of work. We can't, there's no way this can write anything. And then the Times let this artificial intelligent app write part of their editorial opinion piece at the end. My goodness me, it was as if it was written by a person.
Stephen, have you played with it yet? Because you like these things. Have you played with it?
I do like these things, and I think there is an important place to them. But I think Claire's got a very valid point that we can't let it stop original thought.
Well, look, so teachers may be given guidance now on how to stop AI essay changing, as if they don't have enough to do. Trying to get the grades up, trying to get pupils to mark attainment socially, physically, geographically, mentally, academically. And yet they've now got this thrown into the mix as well. We know that children don't read as much as they used to, or they ought to. We know that they're not, developing friendships. We know there's a dire need for mental health help in the sector of children at school. They've been through pandemic. These kids have been through, a lot of hardship, and not in terms of, and I mean, hear me out here. They've been in terms of hardship, in terms of not being able to socially mingle. Socially, they were kept back a lot, and every single child has been affected by that. And okay, we can say they didn't fight a war, or they didn't do this. You're right, they didn't. But we need to realise that they have been stuck on their phones. They've not been disabled from Wi-Fi, have they? And that's a big issue. TikTok, Snapchat, everything.
But this AI thing is much, much bigger than any of that. My sons played with it on Christmas Day. We all played with it.
Yeah.
You can ask it to recite Shakespeare in the style of a GB newsreader, newsreader, and it does it. It's incredible. I mean, to say I was impressed would be completely to understate it. It is the most incredible bit of software. I don't know how do you stop technical progress like that there? You can't put it back in the bottle, can you?
Well, you don't, but the other aspect of this is we're all sitting here trying to give a view on something. There's a thing called the robotic reporter, which is it's got every single newsworthy item that's happened in the world, because let's face it, everything has happened in our lifetime so far. And what it has done is condensed everything into something, so that if you put in keywords, you will have a journalistic report on something that's happened. So you will no longer have the need for embedded reporters. You will no longer have the need for anyone to spout, what they want.
I think you will, though, because I still think, after having played with it all Christmas Day and being very impressed, it doesn't have original thought. It doesn't.
Yeah. I mean, as someone who makes my living as a writer, I'm a playwright as well as a journalist, and you sweat, and particularly with journalism, because you write with a quick turnaround, you may not sweat quite so much. Plays, you write and you rewrite and you rewrite and you rewrite, and you sweat over every single word and the meaning and the intonation and the way that it can be written. And I think that human element is so key. And I think we can replicate it to an extent with these AIs, but I think there is something that's missing. And I think the journalistic part, there's a judgment to journalism that is human, and the way that we tell a story, you may be able to replicate a style, but I don't think you can replicate that human element of judgment.
No, all the original research, but it will just... It assimilates everything. I mean, you could ask it to write a story in the style.
Oh, I'm sure it could write a terrible play in my style, but
it absolutely would. It can do that, but it wouldn't be able to come up with an original play like what you can.
I do hope not. Certainly, the swear words that I invented for mine were quite my own.
Should we move on? It is frightening, but also brilliant. Emma, this terrible story about the social media influencer.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there are two elements to this. There's the gotcha element, where he seemed to have captured himself by not being able to resist he was trying to go to Greta Thunberg, and she got him big. And so there's the kind of slightly amusing social media element where he caught himself by filming a video with a pizza box, which apparently was how they found out where he was.
But he's not just an influencer. I mean, he's a nasty piece of work.
This is the bigger problem.
As you can see there, he's been detained in Romania on rape charges.
Yeah, and even before that, the stuff that he was spewing out as a role model, apparently a self-professed role model to young men, it's so toxic, and it worries me so much, because our young men are really struggling. We see this with, suicide is the biggest killer of young men under 40. We do not need men telling you you've failed unless you fit into this very, very rigid model of what being a man is. And it worries me so much for young boys. And I just think we need to be so conscious of not giving them these terrible role models. And we are not... And there's a real temptation not to talk about people like Andrew Tate, who is just vile. But the problem is he's out there on TikTok, he's out there on YouTube, and the kids are finding it, and that worries me terribly. And I think it comes back in a way to what we were just talking about.
But the problem with this is, and look, in terms of what he's said in the past online, I would agree with you. I think it's really dreadful stuff. However, where do we draw the free speech line?
Well,
here?
absolutely.
Because
and
this is it. We can't just bar people because they're saying things we don't like.
No, I completely agree with you, Stephen, but where I think this comes back to our previous discussion is we need to be teaching kids better critical thinking, better analysis of why he's wrong. So that instead of saying he should not be saying these things, not be allowed to say these things, we can better challenge, and kids can better challenge and say, hang on, that's not what being a man's really about. And I think that's where it's not a free speech debate. It's not about shutting him down, but being able to shut him out because you just know how wrong he is.
Yeah, OK, fair point.
It's interesting that he was caught by the branding on his pizza boxes.
Oh, but I think that was a ruse. I don't think that was anything to do with it. I think they knew where he was. Of course they do.
Well, they've arrested him now.
Yes.
They've arrested him. Let's have a look at Claire, the Express, should we?
Yep. Please do, because this is my favourite programme that returns tomorrow, Happy Valley. And I remember a few months ago I actually said on this show that there's more policing in Happy Valley, written by the brilliant Sally Wainwright, than there is on the streets of London. And you're talking about arrests, you're talking about everything else, you've got everything and more in this wonderful series. And as we're all down with the lurgy, I would really highly recommend, ahead of tomorrow's final third series, actually if people went on to BBC iPlayer and caught up in the first series.
It's very, very good.
Firstly, written in 2014, the second series in 2016, and the long-awaited return of this one. The acting is superb.
Sarah Lancashire, isn't it?
I've not watched it, and I'm going to absolutely take that recommendation.
You must. It is brilliant.
And if it was inspired by Juliet Bravo, I mean, I
isn't
loved
that lovely?
Juliet Bravo.
I did like Juliet Bravo.
Lovely.
I think we all did.
We did.
I mean, the theme tune is running in my head now.
Yeah.
It's a smashing show.
Yeah. And to give that context, the writer Sally Wainwright was inspired by Juliet Bravo back in the 80s to write this piece for Happy Valley. And the other magnificent thing and I don't want to sound I'm not at all like stalking him or anything like that, but James Norton is in it too.
Yes.
I mean, come on.
It's got everything.
It's
it really
got
has.
absolutely
But mostly
everything.
it is the brilliant writing and the brilliant acting of Sarah Lancashire, who's absolutely fabulous. When I first went to Pebble Mill, I don't know if you ever did this,
That was in
Stephen.
Bristol.
Yeah. Well, it was the Juliet Bravo set was in Pebble Mill.
Yeah.
And I remember first going to Pebble Mill and actually walking through to the big studios there, and the set was still up there. And that was the biggest thrill, it really was. None of the stars were there, but the set.
You know full well, Anne, that my history of going onto sets at Pebble Mill is not good.
No.
Because I was
take souvenirs.
I was a student doing a work placement at Pebble Mill. And I went onto the set of Good Morning with Anne and Nick and pinched a load of stuff off the set.
Do you know, there's a disease that's forming a part of. Did you know that? It's called kleptomania, Stephen.
Well, maybe. But, I just wanted I wanted a bit of TV gold.
Yeah.
And now you've got your own Anne. It's perfect.
Well, exactly.
You've got quite a few souvenirs, I think. That's what they are, souvenirs. It's not kleptomania. It's collecting souvenirs.
Yeah, collecting souvenirs.
But it's some of those series, like Juliet Bravo, are so iconic. They're part of your everyday life because they were on your television screen, always on a Sunday night or whatever.
Yeah.
They're part of your life, and to actually go there yourself and see it is just knockout. Absolutely.
One
brilliant.
day I'm going to make it to the Emmerdale set. That's my dream. I want to sit in the Woolpack and drink a pint. I love it so much.
But would you like to live there?
Well, no, because the murder rate's insane.
Yes, it is. It's like those beautiful Oxfordshire villages, the Midsummer Murders. The murder rate is absolutely paradise. Absolutely crazy, but always worth watching. What's your favourite? Do let us know. Actually, let's have a bit of nostalgia about those wonderful series. And whether you ever went along to the set, the Queen went along to the Coronation Street set, I think a couple of times.
And Sarah Lancashire, of course, was in Coronation Street as well. She played Carly's love interest. Raquel.
Yeah.
She was superb. What a great actress.
Yeah, she
I just
really
love
is.
her.
Yeah. Brilliant. Looking forward to that. But very good recommendation.
Thank you.
For a miserable, cold, wet afternoon is to
catch up.
Catch up, yes, on the first two series.
I will be doing that.
OK, thank you very much indeed. Looking forward to seeing you next hour. Thank you very much for that. And we'll move on. Now, it's been a jam-packed year when it comes to space. With the first batch of photos from the world's most powerful telescope released and the long-awaited launch of NASA's next-generation moon rocket, private spacefaring companies like Elon Musk's SpaceX are now attempting to bring galactic travel to the masses, I hope, fuelling hopes that 2023 will bring regular folk one step closer to the stars. Stephen and I are both waiting for our free tickets. But joining us now is Andy Lound, a space and planetary scientist who often joins us on the programme. Morning, Andy.
Hello, how are you?
Oh, well, don't ask, actually. I'm all right, but Stephen's not.
I hope you're getting better.
Yeah, we're getting there. So, look, Andy, it's been quite a year. What's been your highlight, do you think?
Difficult to say, really. Obviously, the Webb telescope has provided some stunning images. It's almost as if we're babies opening our eyes for the first time, to be quite honest, looking so deep into space, looking at the analysis of atmospheres of other planets. Truly, truly wonderful, absolutely magnificent. Of course, we had the DART mission colliding with an asteroid or a moon of an asteroid to see if we can actually protect our planet. That was a big, big moment, I think, for us, because it showed that there is a potential we could protect our planet from a killer asteroid, which, of course, led to the extinction of huge amounts of species on our planet. And conversely, obviously, led to the rise of the mammals, us. So really, we owe our lives to such an event. But to stop ourselves being wiped out, that was a big moment from a technological point of view as much as anything else. But of course, the developments in space flight have been quite fantastic, with Artemis 1 eventually flying and looks like being a very great success. But of course, SpaceX is the big one, of course, which has been developed through the year, and the test flight is going to be hopefully at the end of this January, end of January, and then at the end of the year we're going to see 8 passengers and possibly a couple of crew members flying around the moon. But SpaceX's flights generally have been absolutely tremendous, taking people to the International Space Station, a private company flying people to the International Space Station. And that's going to continue through the next year as well. So that's opening up space because it's making it cheaper, more cost effective to get into low Earth orbit and eventually to go to the moon and the other planets as well. So the developments have been absolutely fantastic in the last year.
I mean, you've got SpaceX, you've got and other private companies, and you've got NASA always there. Do they work together? Are they sort of making sure that they're not replicating each other's work, but adding to each other's?
Yes, it's complementary. NASA actually contract out now to SpaceX and to Jeff Bezos's Blue Origin organisation, and that's the idea. And of course, Boeing, of course, flying their space capsule, they're doing it as a company, a private company. So NASA, instead of building materials to go to the International Space Station, are contracting out. And in fact, SpaceX are part of Artemis project. They're contracting out to Artemis, and they're contracting out directly now. And that's something that's very different from, say, the Apollo days, when it was all governmental and they all got cracking in together just to do it. Now we're seeing private companies being brought in, and that's the change that we're seeing. And the interesting thing is it's more cost effective and it's actually cheaper, because you don't really want the state to run it all the time, because usually it ends up far more expensive than it need be.
Yeah, just very briefly, Andy, because we're almost out of time. Castle, we're sending more and more things up. What are we going to do about all the space debris? Because that's still a huge problem, isn't it?
It is. There are several projects on the way at the moment to actually deal with space debris, including Britain's developing something to actually do that as well. And that's going to be important, especially since Britain's going to have its own launch facilities starting hopefully at the end of January and on through the year with Scottish launch facilities. So there are serious plans at the moment to actually get rid of the debris from up there in space. 3 or 4 decent projects, private companies involved in that, as well as governmental bodies as well. And the regulations to bring your satellites and stages back as a regulation is really now trying to be enforced if China decide to obey by it, of course.
Well, we could talk space with you, couldn't we, Stephen? We could talk space with you all day. Yeah. Sadly, we are running out of time, but it's great to see you, Andy. So it was an interesting year in space, and let's hope next year will be even more interesting.
I hope so. Happy New Year to everyone.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
And to you.
Thank you. Much more to come. We'll be revealing who's been celebrated by the King in the New Year's honours list. First of all, though, the all-important weather.
Hello, a very good morning to you. I'm Aidan McGivern from the Met Office. There will be plenty of spells of rain across the country this New Year's Eve, but some drier weather expected as the clock strikes midnight later. And some significant temperature contrasts up and down the UK. Quite cold first thing across northern Scotland, much milder further south with strong southwesterly winds. And those winds are now bringing us some wet weather into southern England, parts of Wales. The rain moving north during the morning. It'll be on and off, but there'll be some heavier rain at times, especially for South Wales and southern parts of England. Rain warning in force because that could cause some issues on the roads. Further north, northern England, Northern Ireland, seeing some showers, but north of the central belt, actually plenty of dry and bright weather, although an icy start here, and it stays cold into the afternoon, 3 degrees or so, with some wintry showers around the coast. Much milder further south, 13 Celsius, 14 even for southern parts of England, but here a wet start to the evening as rain moves north. Then it turns drier in the south whilst the rain pushes into northern England, southern Scotland, Northern Ireland with some flakes of snow over the hills. It doesn't quite reach the central belt, I think, for the midnight hour, so could get away with a drier Hogmanay celebration, but it does eventually reach central Scotland by the end of the night and then it mixes with cold air, so we'll see some significant snow over the Highlands and Grampians on the first day of 2023. Rain extending into Northern Ireland, showers for northern and western England, parts of Wales as well. Strong winds expected on Sunday, gales around southwestern shores first thing, but some brighter weather about as well in the southern half of the UK as well as the Northern Isles, with some sunshine at times, but plenty of showers about, so expect some rain at times. Monday looks like a drier day for many of us. Still some showers about. Tuesday starts dry, but there'll be some rain arriving later. And then the second half of next week looks a bit milder for all of us.
Monday to Thursday nights on GB News. At 6, it's Dubes & Co. 7 o'clock, Farage. At 8, join Mark Stein. And at 9, Dan Wootton Tonight, followed by Headliners. On TV, radio and online. This is GB News.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
Why not take us home with you by visiting the GB News shop at gbnews.store. You'll find all the official merchandise, a really good present actually for yourself, your friends or your family.
We ship across the UK mainland at no extra cost. GB News, the People's Channel.
Here on GB News Live, we'll be keeping you in the picture, finding out what's happening across the country and finding out why it matters to you. We'll have the facts fast with our team of reporters and specialist correspondents. Wherever it's happening, we'll be there from 12 noon on TV, radio and online. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday on GB News, it's Bev Turner Today from 10 a.m. We're going to be here for you, our GB News family, to keep you up to date, but also make you smile.
The guy went from puberty to adultery.
And I can't wait to bring a few of my own opinions.
I have no time for cultural totalitarianism.
We'll engage in passionate, but always polite debate, with your thoughts and opinions at the centre of it all. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
More than 1,000 people have been recognised in the King's first New Year's Honours List. Good morning, it's 8 o'clock on Saturday, the 31st of December, can you believe already? This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne. Just in case you're wondering why Stephen's not here, he's got a very bad cold, so we've decided to leave him at home, but he'll be joining us throughout this morning's programme, so don't worry, he's not gone completely. Here are your top stories, though, this morning. A knighthood for Queen guitarist Brian May and gongs for England's pride, the Lionesses. We'll reveal in just a couple of moments who's been rewarded by King Charles in His Majesty's first New Year's Honours List. Bedbound Britain. The Royal College of Emergency Medicine believes this month will be the worst winter on record for A&E waiting times as cases of flu and strep A skyrocket. We'll have the latest advice from healthcare professionals. And do you remember Partygate and pension pots and PPE? 2022 was an explosive year for British politics. Can you remember? We had 3 Prime Ministers and 4 Chancellors. We'll reflect on the past 12 months and look ahead to 2023 as both Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer deliver their New Year's speeches. And she's the only asparamancer. She predicts the future using the humble vegetable asparagus. Actually, it's not so humble, is it? But she got the result, if you remember, of England's World Cup match. Correct, exactly correct, last time we spoke to her. So we're going to be putting your questions to her just before 9. And if you can think of any good questions to put to her, for instance, is Boris Johnson going to make a comeback in 2023? I don't know. Will we see a general election in 2023? Anything you want to ask her to predict about, we'll put those very questions to her a bit later on in the programme. And as ever, of course, you know how to join in any of our discussions. Email us, gbviews@gbnews.uk. So, the New Year's Honours List. King Charles's first has been released, with a host of people across the country rewarded for public service, youth engagement, community work. And I suppose the big headline has to be the Queen guitarist Brian May. From now on, he will be Sir Brian May. I don't know anyone who isn't just thrilled about it, thrilled for him. He's been knighted for his services to music and charity. Grayson Perry, the artist, has also been knighted for his services to the arts. The Lionesses' captain, Leah Williamson, she's among 4 of England's Euro 2022 winning side to be named in the list. And Rachel Riley has received an MBE for fighting anti-Semitism. And Stephen's with us.
Anne, we should point out that Anne Diamond has been honoured for her campaigning work in relation to cot deaths, and an OBE so richly deserved, Anne, I've got to say.
Thank you, my dear. It's very kind. Yeah, it's very exciting. Stephanie's joined us as well. Hello, Stephanie.
Good morning.
Right.
Good morning, Anne, and I double on what Stephen says. Congratulations. It's well-deserved and very inspirational to see your names among all those names of men and women all over the country who've worked very hard. It's not just about the celebrities, and it's not just about the showbiz. It's about the hard work, and it's the campaigning of people like yourselves, what you've done. And for Sir Brian May, which I can call him that now, it's been an amazing journey for him. He's done so much towards the music industry. For many years, people have been campaigning for him to receive a knighthood. And he said, I regard it as a kind of charge, like a kind of commission to do the things that one would expect a knight to do, to fight for justice, to fight for people who don't have any voice. And we've also seen people like Rachel Riley from Countdown, who was quite vocal during Jeremy Corbyn's leadership about anti-Semitism and also promoting awareness about the Holocaust. And so it's very important that people such as herself was bringing that kind of awareness to the public's attention. We also have Dame Mary Quant. So now on the list, there's a bit of elitism because you have the Companions of Honour. So this is the top honour that you can receive.
So she's already a dame?
Yeah, she's already a dame. So now she's going to be a Companions of Honour. So there's only 65 of them which are awarded each year. So now she will have a CH at the end of her name. Then also we have Virginia McKenna, who's the actress.
Oh, I'm so pleased about this.
And the co-founder of the Born Free Foundation. And she is now to be made a dame for services to wildlife conservation.
She spent her whole life absolutely dedicated to animals, generally wild animals, and the cruelty worldwide to animals. And she has dedicated her whole life to it and never been seriously acknowledged. And I think she really does deserve it. I spoke to her son just a few months ago, and he was saying, "We can't understand why Mummy hasn't got an award." Well, she's got one now, so he'll be thrilled.
I think it's quite nice because Brian May actually works with the Born Free Foundation as well. So the fact that they're both getting recognition at the same time is very nice. But as you say, it seems extraordinary that she hasn't been recognised before, actually, for her amazing work.
And such a grand age at 91, it just goes to show it's like, no matter the time limit, some people, you know, people like David Beckham, they're like, when is he going to receive a knighthood? It can happen at any age and at any time, so you just have to wait and be patient. Obviously, we have to shout out the Lionesses, with Leah Williamson, who'll be receiving an OBE, Lucy Bronze and Beth Mead and Ellen White, who was the all-time top scorer, has been awarded with MBEs. Now, a lot of people are, you know, criticising, saying, why isn't the whole team going to be receiving awards or honours? Sir Hugh Robertson, the chairman of the Honours Sports Committee, says is what we've tried to do is stick to the principle of the honours system, which is to recognise excellent and to recognise extraordinary contributions. Otherwise, you get people who've done 5 minutes on the pitch getting an award. And it was a similar kind of thing with the 1966 England team who won the World Cup. by the end of the century, all of them had received their awards. So I am
Their time will come.
Optimistic that they will receive their accolades in due course.
Do you know, earlier on we spoke to the pageant master. He's been on the programme a couple of times and we always find him absolutely lovely. So he's called Bruno Peake. He's masterminded worldwide beacon tributes for the Queen's Golden and Diamond and Platinum Jubilees. And he has now been recognised for his service to the late monarch in the New Year's honours. He started by telling us how he was feeling about receiving it.
And it was such an honour to receive being made a Commander of the Royal Victorian Order, because, as you know, that's a personal gift from the monarch. So, yeah, I'm really chuffed, but as I said, I really accept it in tribute to all those who've, for the last 3 decades, have supported me, especially my wife in the last 10 years. Because it's been, you know, a hard 10 years, not just organising the Jubilee, but other events, and because of COVID and everything. And it was my wife that really kept me going.
That's wonderful. I know how fond you were, too, of the Queen. And it must be very moving for you. Obviously, we all mourned the loss of the Queen, but to be named in the King's first New Year's honour as a sort of tribute to the work you did with the Queen, that must be very special.
It was. Well, it is. It is. And it was the last thing that Her Majesty the Queen said to me before I left her, because I had to escort her back into Windsor Castle as she lit the principal beacon. She just gave me one of her wonderful smiles and just said thank you. And they were the last words that she ever said to me, and I'll never forget it.
And most of us, of course, don't understand, have no idea about the work that goes in. I mean, just the very fact that that is being recognised now must be very nice. I mean, the fact we've been able to talk to you over the last 12 months to explain a little bit more about the work that you and your team do. It's nice that we're getting an insight into all of that, isn't it?
It is. But, you know, these events, I mean, normally take me about 18 months, 2 years to organise, pull together, because you have to build a new team of people up around you, each one. I mean, this, as I said, this is the 3rd Jubilee that I did for Her Majesty the Queen. But because we all knew it was going to be the last one, that's why I had to be the biggest and the best. So there was a lot of pressure, not just on me, but on all the people around the UK, the Channel Islands, Isle of Man, and for the first time in all the capital cities of the Commonwealth, to light beacons in tribute to this wonderful, wonderful woman who was always so gracious to me when we met.
Lovely man. That was pageant master Bruno Peake, OBE, and as he said, a member of the Royal Victorian Order, which is very special indeed. Congratulations to everybody who has been recognised, and those who maybe you feel haven't yet been recognised. Their time will come, I'm sure, in the end. So lovely to see Bruno Peake there. Now, what's the time? 11 minutes past 8 already. Shall we bring you up to date now with the rest of today's top stories? The government has confirmed that anyone travelling directly from China to the UK from the 5th of January must show a negative COVID test before departure. Health Secretary Steve Barclay described the temporary measures as a balanced and precautionary approach, and it comes amid concerns about surging case numbers in China following an easing of restrictions there. The pioneering US broadcaster and interviewer Barbara Walters has died, aged 93, after a career spanning half a century. She was the first woman to anchor an evening news broadcast. She won 12 Emmy Awards and created the popular ABC women's talk show The View in 1997. She died at her home in New York yesterday. Sales of electric cars next year will be affected by high costs and a lack of chargers. Consumer website electrifying.com estimates that around 350,000 new electric cars will be sold in the UK in 2023. That's around 100,000 more than this year. Sales of new petrol and diesel cars and vans in the UK will be banned from 2030. And thousands of people will attend Edinburgh's traditional Hogmanay celebrations as they return for the first time in 3 years. The event has been cancelled for the last 2 years due to COVID. Pet Shop Boys are going to headline the concert in the gardens with lots of fireworks and bonfires and torches throughout the evening. if the weather holds out, I guess. It looks a bit wet and rainy, doesn't it, in Edinburgh? But no doubt that won't stop people going out and enjoying the celebrations. Now, the latest figures show that the number of flu cases in hospital is a whopping 7 times higher than last month. The NHS has warned that the rise in flu cases is continuing to put pressure on health services. But what can be done to help ease that health system? Well, we're joined now by Jack Carson, GB News' West Midlands reporter, who's outside a hospital in Birmingham for more on this now. What is the picture like in Birmingham then at the moment, Jack?
Well, at the minute, Anne, there's around 400, just over 400 patients that have been admitted to the University Hospitals Birmingham Trust here in Birmingham, and a lot of those, according to Professor Dhruv Parekh, who's the Associate Professor in Acute and Critical Care, are young patients, pregnant patients, and those who don't typically fall into that vulnerable category. And a lot of those have been admitted to critical care with serious complications such as pneumonia and organ failure, and so they're having to receive critical treatment, including being ventilated and sedated. So that's some of the situations here in Birmingham. Across the country, there's a 79% increase in flu cases across the country. Around 772 cases at the start of the month. It's now up to almost 4,000 people in hospital with flu. In terms of critical care, 149 was in the 7 days just before Christmas. Then just right before Christmas, 267 people were in critical care with flu. In comparison to 2021, it stood around 32, 34 people that are in critical care with flu. So you can see how actually big and how more this flu season is actually how stronger this flu season is. And people warning that in order to protect yourself against this, of course, if you feel it's life-threatening, 999, 111 for other advice, and people just going back to the usual of over-the-counter medicine and calling 111 if you do feel you need more serious treatment.
OK, Jack, thanks very much. Thank you very much indeed. And of course, I'm here in the studio more or less on my own at the moment because Stephen's not very well with exactly the sort of things we've been talking about. And so we decided to leave you at home all cosy, but you're joining us anyway throughout the programme. And we're also joined in the studio now by Dr. Frankie Jackson-Spence, who'll be able to tell us what to do with you, I think. Morning. I think that this is interesting. You see, Stephen doesn't even know. You haven't done a COVID test, have you?
No, no, I don't know what's wrong with me.
And you really don't know whether you've just got this super-duper cold, which is really horrible, or whether it even might be flu. How do you tell?
Yeah, it can be really tricky, actually, because lots of the common respiratory viruses, like the common cold, COVID and flu, can all overlap with many of the symptoms, and unless we're doing tests, then you're not necessarily to know. I think that the differentiating factors are flu tends to cause a really high fever, body aches, chills, night sweats and things, and you can get a dry cough also, whereas with COVID and some of the other respiratory viruses, they tend to be more a cough, breathing difficulties. But the only real way to know is to test, and many of us aren't testing at the moment, so it can be tricky.
How does someone in my position, as I'm a type 1 diabetic, so I've had the flu jab and all the rest of it, but at what point, obviously people are more concerned about our immune systems because we have an autoimmune disease. At what point do we need to be concerned enough to get medical help?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. Obviously, everyone's different. I think for most cases of a cold or flu, a healthy individual will start to recover after a few days, particularly after a week. If your symptoms are lingering, then you should seek medical advice, whether that's through the GP or using 111 or online services. For those who have underlying medical conditions, if you are having breathing difficulties or drowsy, not urinating as frequently, off your food for a prolonged time, then you should seek out and get advice. Because, in most cases, they'll just give you some reassurance, which is what many of us need when we're unwell. But I think people do know their own bodies, and if you're not recovering within a few days to a week, then you should definitely get some advice. Things like flu, the reason it can cause so many problems, particularly for those who are elderly or with medical conditions, is actually that it can predispose to secondary conditions, things like bacterial chest infections. So whilst you don't need antibiotics for flu, people who are vulnerable or at risk are more likely to develop those complications, and that's where the hospitalisations and the mortalities come from.
I mean, you yourself has said that you've had it, and the cough persists for much longer than the illness itself, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's one thing people often don't realise is even if you're better and not necessarily contagious anymore and you're not going to pass it on, the cough can linger. And especially if you get something like a bacterial chest infection or a pneumonia afterwards, that cough can linger for weeks, if not months after. So that can be quite difficult.
Any good remedies?
Can I ask about antivirals? Because we've had a message from Cara who says, we've been missed, Dan, over the Christmas period, which is very nice. But Cara says, I have the dreaded COVID, as does my 94-year-old husband, so they both need cheering up. But Cara's on the antiviral Paxlovid, so should be better soon. I mean, is something like Paxlovid available to people who are particularly vulnerable?
So certain antivirals are available for certain people. So like you mentioned, those who have underlying health conditions or those that are particularly vulnerable, such as cancer patients. But it's kind of assessed on a case-by-case basis. So in that instance, if you are testing COVID positive and you want to inquire about antivirals, then I would recommend speaking to your own doctor or calling 111 for some advice on that, because it isn't available to everyone in the general population.
But you never know. It might be worth asking, particularly if you're in that group. Thanks so much. I know you're going to come and join us a bit later on in the programme too, actually. So if anyone watching has got any particular questions you might want to ask, then get them in now. gbviews@gbnews.uk, because Dr. Frankie Jackson-Spence is going to be back with us a bit later on in the programme too. There's a lot to talk about. It's either the weather or our health at this time of year, isn't it? And it's a bit like both at the moment. So we'll also talk politics. Because 2022 has been a pretty turbulent year for politics. We've seen 4 chancellors, 3 prime ministers and 2 mini-budgets. We cheered Matt Hancock on in I'm a Celebrity, and we waved a farewell to Gavin Williamson after serious allegations of bullying. Now, looking ahead to 2023, Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer have said they hope for prosperity and for change in their New Year's messages. Have a look.
For 2023, will give us an opportunity to showcase the very best of Britain on the world stage, continuing to stand with our Ukrainian friends against Putin's brutality and defending freedom and democracy wherever we find it under threat.
For hope to flourish, Britain needs to change. The way working people are struggling this winter, the way our public services are on the brink, demands nothing less. So this year, my Labour Party will set out the case for change, the case for a new Britain, the case for hope, a country where we can grow the economy for everyone, not just the privileged few.
Well, inspirational, or maybe you think it's just politicians saying what they have to say. We're joined now by Holly Whitbread, Conservative councillor for Epping and Thaden in Essex. Lovely to see you.
Good to see you.
Right, where do we start with politics? I mean, when you look back, it's incredible what's happened. I suppose we ought to be looking forward, and we just don't know. I mean, there could even be a general election, or at least the lead up to a general election this coming year.
Yeah, I think it's unlikely that we have a general election this year. I think this year's got to be about delivery. So obviously Rishi has got such a challenging in-tray in front of him, and he's really set out his key priorities, tackling the challenges we have with the economy, particularly getting inflation down, but also the illegal immigration challenge we have as well. So Rishi's got a really difficult year ahead of him, but hopefully we have a little bit more stability this year.
I mean, there is an opportunity, isn't there? Because, as you say, a general election is extremely unlikely. There is actually an opportunity for the government to get back on its feet a little bit.
I think so. I mean, we do have the local elections coming up, so certainly for people like me who are councillors, that kind of starts in January, all the door knocking and campaigning. But I think nationally, it is a time for stability and actually delivering on some of the priorities. So those two mentioned, but also the 2019 manifesto, which was only 3 years ago, and there's still quite a lot to deliver on because we've been so distracted by COVID.
Yeah, we've also seen some extraordinary things in the past. You wonder which is the next MP who's going to resign and become a TV star.
Yes. There have been. I mean, Matt Hancock this year was absolutely fascinating. And actually, although I completely disagreed with him going into the jungle, I think he did a really good job. Was very personable, showed that politicians are human, and actually spoke about dyslexia, which was what he went in there to speak about.
It's in terms of being personable. I mean, I think a lot of people would agree with you. He did a good job in there, but he essentially shouldn't have gone, really, from being a controversial politician. Are we going to see a more personable side to a lot more MPs within the boundaries of politics? I mean, particularly you look at the Labour front bench. If they're going to want to be the next government, we need to get to know them better, don't we?
I think so. Politics is about people, and actually we do want politicians who are human. And actually, in terms of Labour, at the moment, I don't know what they do stand for. So, OK, we've had a year full of turmoil, so actually it's quite easy for the Labour to be in opposition. But actually, what do they stand for? And I think that poll lead at the moment is a pretty soft lead because we don't actually know what Labour want to achieve.
No, we don't even know what's going to happen. I mean, there's so much talk about David Miliband coming back into the fold, a very charismatic figure, but Keir Starmer's the leader. So how are they going to play that one? We don't know. That could be an interesting time.
It will be interesting. And actually, as Labour kind of get into campaign mode for the next election, I think Rishi's actually a far more interesting character than Keir. And the contrast will be interesting as we see Rishi kind of develop in his role as Prime Minister only 3 months in, believe it or not.
Well, let's hope it's not quite as turbulent. Sorry, go on.
No, I was going to say the problem with Rishi, though, surely is if things stabilise a little bit, then that's when some of those backbenchers who are a little bit troublesome are going to start seeing if they can get the knives in, see if they can upset the apple cart a little bit. They do seem to be on a bit of a path to self-destruction at the moment, the Conservatives.
I think the Conservatives are now focused around, first of all, making sure that they can win and they're fit for the next election, but actually delivering for the country. We had a fantastic result in 2019, and we need to start seeing the benefits of that manifesto come into fruition. Obviously, they've had such a difficult year. We came out of COVID and we thought it was going to be a good time, and then we were hit by the war in Ukraine. So it's been such a strange year. So they need to focus on delivery this year.
We'll see how strange the next year gets. Yeah. You're going to come back in a bit later on in the programme for us, aren't you? And Stephen, Bev says, oh, please, 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 can we look at Stephen's cat, all of the cat, and give us the name? Is it a girl or boy cat? I just caught a glimpse of the cat and it looks gorgeous. Get well soon, Stephen. Cuddling your cat can make you feel better too.
I can. To be honest, it's Timmy. Timmy is about 14 or 15. He's a rescue cat, so I don't know exactly. But I don't know where he's gone. I put him out when I got up this morning and he came in, but he seems to have disappeared. But I will try and track him down for you, Bev.
Do. You've got a couple of moments.
Get him here. Yeah, I'll go on the search.
Yeah, you've got a couple of moments because we're going to take a quick break now. Still to come, she correctly predicted England's result in the World Cup. But what does 2023 hold? Well, we're going to be talking to the woman who predicts the future using asparagus.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
The national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here. You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
We are GB News, right across the nation. You can get us on television, on radio, on digital. We're absolutely everywhere.
Amazing! You see, amazing!
You remind me of me in the European Parliament. But here's the most important bit. We are not part of the mainstream establishment. We think and speak just like you do. We are the People's Channel.
Magnificent. That's really, really thoughtful.
Come and join us on GB News, the People's News Channel.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akue, Saturday and Sunday afternoons on GB News. Expect fiery debate and passionate discussion as me and my panel tackle some of the biggest topics hitting the headlines. It's a place for everyone's opinion. No one gets cancelled, but no one gets an easy ride.
Oh, she's on it today!
Be ready for conversations that are fierce, frank, and of course, fun. Every Saturday and Sunday afternoon from 4 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel.
Welcome back. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. If you've just joined us and you're wondering why Stephen's not actually here in the studio with me, he's got this awful super cold at the moment and he's feeling really rough. So we decided the best place for him would be at home. But he'll be joining us in the programme in a few minutes' time. But at the moment, I think he's gone off to look for the cat, Timmy, at the moment, because everybody wants to see Timmy. Now, on to predicting the future. She is the world's only asparamancer. She predicts the future using asparagus. She's Jemima Packington, and she has foretold major world events such as the Queen's death and Brexit and Megxit simply by chucking vegetables, well, particularly asparagus, up in the air and then watching how they land. And she can read that. And unbelievably, she's really, really good. Most recently, she gave Stephen and I this eerily specific prophecy regarding England's 2-1 loss to France in the World Cup earlier this month. Have a look at this.
England will be making an exit. This spear here says that England tonight will be the end of their World Cup dream.
What a shame.
Can you predict the score? Suggests that Mr. Kane will actually score a goal, but it won't be the winning goal. It's going to be very close, just one goal in it.
Spooky, huh? Obviously, she was right. Jemima joins us now to reveal her top predictions for 2023. Lovely to see you again. How are you? Oh, I'm glad to see you're well armed.
Yes, indeed.
This is an expensive business, this, predicting with asparagus, because it's quite an expensive vegetable. However, what can we ask you? Because just to explain to everybody who didn't watch you the first time, how on earth did you even stumble across this business of being able to predict with asparagus? What got you started?
Well, it just happened by accident when I was a child. And the old story of you eat asparagus with your fingers and buttery asparagus. You know what children are like. They grab big handfuls. And I grabbed a big handful and it slipped out of my fingers, fell on the floor. And I came out with a precocious remark. And there was a deathly silence from my parents because they realised that I actually had an old aunt who read tea leaves, and they thought,
Ooh, we're getting some nasty feedback. But that's exactly what I was thinking, that it's a bit like reading tea leaves. You know, you used to be able to, you drank the tea and then somebody could actually look at the tea leaves left in the cup and predict the future. So I'm hoping we don't get that horrible feedback again. And we'll ask you, will Boris Johnson make a comeback into number 10 this year, do you think?
I've already predicted this, Anne, and he will.
Ah. All right, so you're not going to use your asparagus up on that one. What about, will William and Harry come together this year?
The spear that has just fallen off the surface suggests that there will be no reconciliation.
No reconciliation.
No reconciliation.
Oh, we are getting terrible feedback from you. But no. Can you just point and tell us why you read no reconciliation? What is it about those asparagus that's telling you that?
What happened was this spear, when I cast it, just fell and rolled away. And there's a lot of conflict here as well. And you can actually see, if you look closely, the Prince of Wales feathers.
Do you know, we're going to have to cut it short there, because the feedback is just looping and looping, and I think lots of people at home are going, ah! But it's fascinating you say that Boris Johnson will make a return, you say? I think we've lost you. Will make a return. No reconciliation, yeah? And no reconciliation this coming year for William and Harry?
None.
OK. All right, well, we'll no doubt be talking to you about this time next year, just to check. But thanks very much for joining us. And I'm sorry the sound let us down. It's lovely to talk to you. One day we'll get you into the studio and then we'll be able to have a long chat. And we'll all be able to chuck asparagus about and see what happens. Thanks very much indeed. Fascinating, isn't it? Of course, we've got Prince Harry's book coming out, I think, January the 10th. And nobody really knows what's going to be in that, so that may well... there'll be predictions after that, I can tell you too. OK, enough asparagus for the moment. Let's get the latest on all of the stories making the newspapers in just a couple of moments.
I'm Mark Dolan. Join me at 11 on GB News for Headliners, in which I'll be joined by two of the UK's top comedians discussing tomorrow's papers. If it's an important story, we'll cover it, but we'll have some fun along the way. Headliners, the late-night paper review that won't send you to sleep like the others will. 7 nights a week at 11 p.m. on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Jubilee, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debate, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Jubilee, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
I'm Mark White. As GB News Home and Security Editor, I cover those key issues that are so important to you. Our authorities, our communities doing all they can to combat violent crime. With the public services under unbearable strain, why are we still failing to control our borders? Defence, the first priority of any government, has been continually hollowed out. Can we trust our politicians to protect the armed forces? Join me, Mark White, on GB News.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512.
Virgin Media Channel 604.
Freesat Channel 216.
Freeview Channel 236.
And YouView Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB Plus Radio.
With the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere. Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. I'm here in the studio. Stephen is at home with Timmy because Stephen's got a really rotten cold, I think, right now. And he's doing a sterling job just joining us. I don't know if we can see Stephen and Timmy because everybody... Here we go. Oh, you've got little treats.
I've had to resort to the dreamies, Anne, but they never fail.
No, I know.
So just because Bev messaged before, didn't she, saying she wanted to see more of Timmy. So yeah, Timmy, show your beautiful face to Bev. It's this way, darling.
This way.
There we go. Here we go. So there we go. It's a good boy. There we go.
He's just not cooperating there, but
where are my dreamies?
All through when you were broadcasting during lockdown, Timmy became a star, didn't he?
Oh, he did. If ever, do you know what's lovely? I was saying to the boss actually the other day, we get stopped all the time. People always, when you do this job, people often sort of, look at you a little bit. But now on GB News, people stop and come over for a proper chat, and they really feel they know you, which is so lovely. That's what I really like. But people always ask about Timmy. They always ask about Timmy.
Yeah, I was going to say,
So,
we think we are doing an important job, but actually everybody remembers the cat. Never mind. I tell you what, shall we take a look at today's front pages? Lots of newspaper interest, because The Sun is leading with the King bestowing a knighthood on the Queen guitarist Brian May in his first New Year's honours. And everybody's looking at that. And I think that is such a good headline. King knights Queen. Quite right, too. The Times leads on an admission by Sir Chris Whitty that tens of thousands of middle-aged people are dying of heart conditions because they were unable to obtain statins or heart pressure medicine during the pandemic. The Daily Star warns of a very chilly new year as a polar vortex from the North Pole and the US bomb cyclone threaten a big January freeze. Polar bear, they say there. The Express report that more than 700 prisoners, including sex offenders, robbers and drug dealers, have escaped from jail or been released in error during the past decade. And the Telegraph leads on Rishi Sunak bringing back COVID travel restrictions for the first time since February by demanding negative tests from arrivals from China. So we'll go through the papers now. Joining us this morning, journalist and political consultant Emma Burnell and broadcaster Claire Muldoon, and Stephen and Timmy from home. Right. Claire, kick us off first, please. In the Telegraph, how we must re-engage Britain's workforce before it's too late.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a huge double spread here in the Telegraph of some evidence to support the fact that only 9% of UK adults feel motivated by their vacation.
Only
9%, OK? From fewer meetings to more office friendships, Bruce Dalesley looks at the way to solve our nation's employee crisis. Now, as we've said earlier, and we know this, that people don't buy newspapers now for the news. They buy them for opinion pieces. Yes. And in my view, this double-page spread really does articulate the issues that Britain is facing. Productivity is down. Apathy is up. Dissatisfaction is up. We just don't know whether or not we're coming or going. We barely know between this period of Christmas and New Year what day of the week it is. Throw in, you know, people just feeling so lethargic and not motivated at all to do their work. Working from home has caused endless amounts of issues, not only in the public sector, but also in the private sector too, of trying to get people back into the office. And yet, at the time, working from home was deemed to be completely unnatural because, as human beings, we are meant to be with each other. I would actually go one step further, and I would actually support the 4-day working week, because I think to compress 5 days of work into 4 would actually help people, help society, help friendships, help motivation, help families, help everything actually grow and prosper. Because do you know what? At the end of the day, life is too damn short.
Well, you know, yeah, it's a very valid point, except we're all talking from the perspective of our sort of work, aren't we? We're saying, you know, office jobs, and we can be more productive, we can cram more stuff in. There's so many people. I mean, I don't know, probably the majority of people who are working in factories and things, and they can't increase their workload. They can't work a full day.
Well, they can't increase the workload, but my view, Stephen, would be to employ more people. So therefore, employability would go up, unemployment would go down. And if we have a certain shift pattern, perhaps, per se, the productivity has been proven that productivity actually increases over that 4-day period. And you don't have the wishy-washy job share partnership that sometimes can evolve through after post-paternity or post-maternity, where you find that women and men are actually working more than they should be because nothing they feel is being done. And the evidence in this article is suggesting that people are going from meeting to meeting to meeting, not physically now because it's on Zoom, but that's not actually helping anything because nothing is being done. Yes, you can sit and have meetings till you come out of your, you know, the meetings are coming out of your iCloud, never mind the clouds. But the fact is that only 9% of the UK employed is actually satisfied with their vacation. And I think that's a really sad indictment.
And I think, Stephen, the people you're talking about, people working in factories, are definitely not going to be part of that 9%. The way that we treat people with their apps and their AI and you don't get a loo break and you don't get any time to take a breath, the way that most of us who do an office job, I don't do an office job, but I do work at a computer all day, you know that you do 20 minutes of really productive work, then read an article or something.
Yeah.
Reboost your brain, give yourself that moment. And the way that we treat factory workers is appalling. And so I think if we gave them a 4-day week, they would at least have 3 days where they're not constantly being tracked by an app.
But it's always been the same, though. I mean, 30 years ago was working in a shoe factory. It's no one had a mobile phone then. It's always been the same, though. I mean, it is often laborious sort of work, but it's just, it's got to be done.
Yeah, but now it's being reported, and I think there is a greater liability almost on employers now to actually make sure that their staff are actually well, because if you treat people well, it's a no-brainer. If you treat people well with kindness and compassion, you will get, and you do get, more out of them.
Yeah, I don't think bad work has always been bad is a great argument for keeping bad work. I mean, where would we be if we still had the Victorian conditions?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with increasing your expectations, I guess, is there?
No, I suppose not. I just wonder if a lot, and I think this is a lot partly what we need to dispel as GB News, I think, is I think we have a lot of misconceptions and a lot we see things through, our own perspective of being, in a type of job that most people aren't in. Really.
Yeah, but my brother's a picker in a factory, so it's not like completely out of the realms of the things that we experience. We all know people in these jobs. It's I'm very, very lucky that I do have the kind of freestyle lifestyle that I have, but it doesn't mean that I'm completely isolated and insulated from understanding what it's like.
The other interesting fact from this article, in fact, is that school leavers and university students actually are more productive when they're not under the constraints of timings. They leave. I mean, I'm a terrible one for leaving things too last minute. Anyway, I work to a tight deadline, and that gets because I work better that way. Other than if you've got someone who is under the cosh of the 9 to 5, it just doesn't work for a lot of the people.
Tell you what, Stephen.
Interesting.
Stephen, Martin's got in touch, said, I'm currently enjoying a certain cream liqueur in my coffee whilst enjoying the show. I love being invited into Stephen's living room. It looks so cosy. Although don't let him get too used to it or he won't want to come back into the studio.
And Stephen, can I say your Timmy looks just like my Smudgy? They could be brother and sister.
They may. Who knows? They may be.
Who knows?
Emma, let's have a look at the Times, should we? What have you got in the Times for us?
Yes, it seems that we are in set for the lowest the biggest wage drop since World War II. Men's wages are set to drop by 5% and women's by 4.4%. So we've been talking about how tumultuous a year 2022 has been. In many ways, 2023 is going to be the hangover from that. And I think it's going to feel at times like a really hard grind, a really difficult year to get through. We're all feeling the pinch. Nobody is not suffering in some way from this, whether it's just the fact that everything costs more or whether it's the fact that wages are not keeping up with that. So I think that in some ways it won't keep hitting the headlines, but it will keep hitting our lives and our pockets. And that is where it becomes much more difficult, because if we're not constantly talking about it, it's not news, but it does just wear you down and grind you down.
Oh, joy.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. And meanwhile, they're having a tough time, Claire, in Parliament with super mice.
I don't know why on earth the sub-editor or the journalist didn't even use the term vermin here, because after reading the article, one would actually wonder, are they actually talking about the MPs here? But no, they're not. We've got a parliament that's infested with super mice that evade traps and are immune to a second season debate, an official review has found. Almost £65,000, yes, £65,000 was spent in 2020-2021 trying to combat Westminster's rodent problem, yet the pests still persist. And I do think we can actually upload those pests and maybe intersect that with some names in Parliament, don't you think?
They just need more cats.
Well, they need more cats, but I mean, Parliament's been falling apart for years. You go in there and there's masonry on the floor that's just fallen down, and we've known for so long that they need to decamp Parliament, get people out of there so they can actually do the building work. And the fact that they haven't managed it, and this is not this government problem. It's the MPs are being ridiculous about it on all sides. It's just pathetic. Just go and do your job in the Queen Elizabeth Centre or somewhere else that's like 10 minutes down the road, while they get on with rebuilding this beautiful, wonderful building that desperately needs the work.
Well, actually, on the subject of building, sorry, you were just going to look at school buildings.
Yeah, oh, goodness me, what a mess. I mean, yet another Gavin Williamson triumph. A scheme that's been set up to lend money to developers to say, if you're building a new housing development, you should borrow this money to build a school alongside it, to make sure that the new housing developments are not putting pressure on school places. Really important scheme. When you build housing development, you have to put the infrastructure up alongside it. No one's taking it up because it's designed so badly, and it's now been scrapped completely. So there's nothing in place to take over from it. Nothing's happening, and yet again we're just seeing a complete lack of joined-up thinking, and one more failure by the Department of Education.
The problem with all of these things, I think, when it comes to buildings, because, I mean, there's an issue with that. There's an issue with military housing as well, some of which is literally falling apart, with serving members still living in these places. That these are all the problem is it's all very expensive. It's all capital expenditure, which is what we're told we haven't got the money at the minute.
Well, this is not government money being spent. These are loans that would have interest, and part of the problem, of course, is that interest rates have risen, and so the developers are saying, well, we're not interested in it. But these are private developers expected to build these, and they're saying that the way that the scheme has been set up just makes it completely uneconomic.
Well, I think it's actually worse than that, because 46 years ago I was in primary school and we had huts that leaked water. You know, we were, in these kind of like big prefabricated not camper vans, but like almost like an old caravan, a static van. And that was 46 years ago. And we see that nothing has changed. We're a developed country, for heaven's sake. Well, yeah. Why don't we have the infrastructure in place to help support decent educational buildings in order for our children to flourish? It really concerns me.
One of the first things the Cameron government did in 2010 was scrap the Building Schools for the Future Fund. And now, look, you're absolutely right. I remember my primary school flooded every year. Every February half-term, we rang up our secondary school because we knew the heating wouldn't be working. We knew we wouldn't be able to go in. And it just seems like we've come nowhere.
Yeah. Fast as well, nowhere fast.
And it's not very inspirational for a whole generation of kids to be educated in really awful buildings.
And it shows how much we don't prioritise them.
But where's the money going to come from? I don't know. We've got to leave it there. I think we're running out of time, aren't we?
We are.
Yeah, we are. Just before you go, I know you're coming back next hour.
Well, I've said I'm not coming back, actually. I'm putting my foot down. I'm going home.
Stroppy. Stroppy for the end of the year. Have you come across in the last year any interesting baby names? You know, any ones that you think, why on earth did they name that child that?
Delilah.
Delilah?
Yeah.
Why?
Well,
I can't say I have.
No, but we're going to be talking baby names in a couple of moments because it is fascinating how you can often tell a year by all the children's names from that year.
There was a big thing of like quite old-fashioned names about 4 or 5 years ago. All the young babies being called Maud and things that your granny was called and stuff. It's really interesting the way they come around.
Floral names come around.
Or asparagus, even.
Maybe not asparagus. Maybe not asparagus.
No one saw that coming.
Don't you? You know a few lettuces.
Lettuce,
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Lettuce, very old-fashioned.
Not thought about that.
And rather a lovely name, Letty for short, of course. Yeah, we'll come across some. I've come across some astonishing names, and when you have a child, you often name them a name. You think that will be pretty unique.
Yeah.
And then by the time they go to school, every child is named them.
My friend had exactly that. She called her child Kyron, thinking it was really unusual with 3 Kyrons in his class.
Kyron.
Kyron.
I mean, that's really unusual.
Yeah. It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. But Stephen, you and I are pretty conventional with our names, I suppose.
Yes, but I like it. I'm biblical.
Yes, exactly. Me too. Name. Absolutely, saint's name and all that. Yeah, Yeah.
Yes.
St Anne, mother of Our Lady.
Yes, that's
Mary?
right. Yes, yeah, it's a good one. But I always wanted to be called Annie instead of Anne. But anyway, we'll move on because we are going to talk about children's names now with an expert. So I'm asking you, would you call your child, wait for it, Sloane or Sovereign? Nameberry, apparently, is the largest online baby naming resource, and it's published its predictions for the most popular baby names for 2023, and there are some pretty unexpected inclusions. It seems like parents aren't really very shy to reflect on current political and cultural changes. Do you think there'll be lots of Rishis with their choice of baby names like Amadeus, Astrofel and Muzzikeen? Apparently, those are amongst the fastest rising in popularity. And get ready to meet a flurry of Dallases, Wrens, and even Dracos. Well, you can tell why, can't you? Perfect for any Harry Potter mad parents. So joining us now is S.J. Strum, who's baby name consultant and co-host of the Baby Name Envy podcast. Ooh, fascinating name for your podcast. A very warm welcome. So some of these are really weird names. I understand Draco. I mean, anything from a popular children's book, I suppose, is going to be acceptable. What's the weirdest one you've come across?
I think I've come across a lot of made-up names this year. So people trying to blend names to make up their own unique name. I think modern parents, there's no rules. We've literally thrown out the baby name rule book and we're just going for really fast fashion, trendy names. So I think the biggest trends for this year, like you said, are these maximalist names. So really long names like Persephone, really grand, like Amadeus, meaning God. You know, we're not shy at all with our baby names. But then we are seeing some classics as well. But what we're seeing is, you were just talking about vintage names, but we're seeing the vintage names move over to the girls now. So have you seen this trend? They call it grandpa names for girls.
Sorry,
have you seen any of these? So Stevie.
Ah.
Grandpa names for girls. So we saw Joe Wicks called his little girl Lenny. Which is really, really beautiful. And if you think, because Stephen's going out of style, if you look at the girl charts, Stevie is on the rise for girls. So we're really being a lot more playful and daring with our names.
Is being daring a sensible idea? It reminds me of someone I knew years ago who was called Towan.
Towan?
Because his parents were Tony and Anne. And so they combined his names to Towan. And he had to spend his entire life explaining his name, and he was fed up with it, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I do think you've got to consider.
We all know what happened with Zowie Bowie, don't we? I mean, he changed his name back to, what's his name? Duncan Bowie, who is now a very famous film director in his own right. But his mum and dad got it so wrong calling him Zowie Bowie.
Yeah.
I think you have a responsibility.
Yeah, I think avoiding matching, avoiding things that you have to over-explain, overspell. And I think that's the difficulty with some of these longer names. We always recommend at the agency, if somebody's got it's quite strange when you have a Paul and a Sarah, and they've just been frustrated being one of 10 Sarahs or 15 Pauls, and so they go, I want to call my child Amadeus, and you go, well, would you like to be called Amadeus Paul? Would you like to introduce yourself as that? So we always say, go into a coffee shop and they ask for your name, ask them to write it down. Do you feel embarrassed saying it out loud? Do you feel proud? Do you feel you can own that name? And if you can, then go for it for sure. But we do always say, have a little think about what that sets them up. I think when you've got a word name, so we're hearing names like Sovereign, like Prince coming through, or for girls, names like True, all these beautiful virtue names, which I'm a huge fan of. But it does, when you've got a word as a name, it does lend you, it gives you a certain personality trait to live up to potentially. So we do say be very, very careful, but we do say be daring. It's the biggest decision you're going to make as a parent. So go bold, go with what you absolutely love. Don't settle on something you won't love because you think it's too brave for you. Go for it, is what we always say. But have a reason why it works.
So just very briefly, what was the big, do you think, boys and girls name for 2023?
I think that we're going to see the word names are coming through. So Sage is an absolutely huge one because it hits a lot of trends, being a word, being a colour, meaning wise, so having this beautiful kind of virtue with it as well. So we're seeing sage, and it's also gender neutral, which is a huge trend, boys and girls. And we're seeing a huge rise in spiritual names. So I'm sure you must have heard the name Bodhi. Have you heard Bodhi?
No.
No, it means enlightenment. It's being used for both boys and girls. It's on so many lists. I get sent baby name lists every single day, and Bodhi is on many, many. So as we all turned a lot more spiritual and did a lot more yoga during the pandemic, we're seeing huge shifts in how people name their babies, and like you were talking about.
Well, we'll
watch
out there. That's a prediction for 2023. Whether there are lots more sages, we'll only know a bit later on, I suppose. Thank you, SJ,
Yes.
presumably Sarah Jane, for joining us.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I thought it was. We're going to be chatting to more about those big names that actually have made it in the New Year's honours list, the King's First. That's coming up after the weather.
Hello, a very good morning to you. I'm Aidan McGiven from the Met Office. There will be plenty of spells of rain across the country this New Year's Eve, but some drier weather expected as the clock strikes midnight later. And some significant temperature contrasts up and down the UK. Quite cold first thing across northern Scotland, much milder further south with strong southwesterly winds. And those winds are now bringing us some wet weather into southern England, parts of Wales. The rain moving north during the morning. It'll be on and off, but there'll be some heavier rain at times, especially for South Wales and southern parts of England. Rain warning force because that could cause some issues on the roads. Further north, northern England, Northern Ireland, seeing some showers, but north of the central belt, actually plenty of dry and bright weather, although an icy start here, and it stays cold into the afternoon, 3 degrees or so, with some wintry showers around the coast. Much milder further south, 13 Celsius, 14 even for southern parts of England, but here a wet start to the evening as rain moves north. Then it turns drier in the south, whilst the rain pushes into northern England, southern Scotland, Northern Ireland, with some flakes of snow over the hills. Doesn't quite reach the central belt, I think, for the midnight hour, so could get away with a drier Hogmanay celebration, but it does eventually reach central Scotland by the end of the night, and then it mixes with cold air, so we'll see some significant snow over the Highlands and Grampians on the first day of 2023. Rain extending into Northern Ireland, showers for northern and western England, parts of Wales as well. Strong winds expected on Sunday, gales around southwestern shores first thing, but some brighter weather about as well in the southern half of the UK as well as the Northern Isles, with some sunshine at times, but plenty of showers about, so expect some rain at times. Monday looks like a drier day for many of us, still some showers about. Tuesday starts dry, but there'll be some rain arriving later, and then the second half of next week looks a bit milder for all of us.
We are GB News, and we'd like to say thank you to each and every one of you for bringing us your conversations, for helping our great nation find its voice. We are here for you on radio, television, and online, across England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland.
It's not the BBC, you actually get your facts right.
We are proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates.
Do you not believe in prisons?
I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned. I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join me every Sunday at 6 p.m. for Gloria Meets. In exclusive interviews, I'll be finding out who our politicians really are and what they really think.
It's something that you would never want anyone to suffer.
I didn't know what channels there were. I didn't think I'd be believed.
I must have weighed about 7 stone and I'm 5'8".
My instincts was to sort of cover this up. I mean, clearly that was a mistake.
Join me every Sunday at 6 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
More than 1,000 people have been recognised in the King's first New Year's Honours List. Good morning, it's 9 o'clock on Saturday the 31st of December. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne. Stephen's not here in the studio today because he's not very well, so he's going to join in the programme from home. So for the moment, here are your top stories this morning. There's a knighthood in the list for Queen's guitarist Brian May, and gongs for England's pride, the Lionesses. We'll reveal who else has been rewarded by King Charles in His Majesty's first New Year's Honours List. Bedbound Britain, the Royal College of Emergency Medicine believes this month will be the worst winter on record for A&E waiting times as cases of flu and strep A skyrocket. We'll have the latest advice from healthcare professionals for you. And do you remember Partygate and pension pots and PPE? 2022 was an explosive year for British politics, with 3 Prime Ministers and 4 Chancellors. We'll reflect on the past 12 months and look ahead to 2023 as both Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer deliver their New Year's speeches. And did you get a puppy for Christmas? And now you're wondering how to toilet train it and how to make it sociable so that everybody loves it, not just you. We've got one of the country's leading trainers here to share all the advice you need. And I hope my son's watching because he got a puppy day before Christmas and it needs a little bit of training too. As ever, you can join in any of our discussions by emailing gbviews@gbnews.uk. The New Year's Honours List, which is King Charles's first, of course, has been released now with a host of Brits rewarded for their public service, youth engagement and community work. And the big headline is the Queen guitarist Brian May, who has been knighted for services to music and charity. And then there's the artist Grayson Perry, who's also been knighted for his services to the arts. The Countdown star Rachel Riley has received an MBE for her work combating anti-Semitism. And to top off a winning year, of course, 4 of our England Lionesses, including Captain Leah Williamson, have received honours following their Euro success. And there are lots of other names too. Stephen's there at home, look, hi.
Yes, there are lots of other names. How did it feel to find out Anne Diamond, OBE?
Oh, thank you, my dear. Well, I was suspicious. And I thought it was probably a con. I thought it was a scam. So using a separate number other than the one actually on the email, I rang the Cabinet Office just to make sure it wasn't a scam. And lovely lady at the other end said, no, it's not a scam, it's you. And she read out all the details and everything. She said, you are going to accept it, aren't you? And I said, you're right, I am, absolutely. But she said, you know, you're not the first person to ring us to make sure it's not a scam. The sign of the times, I guess, isn't it?
It is. I tell you what, though, Anne, it must be a lovely feeling to get that sort of recognition.
It's only just beginning to sink in now, actually. It really is. I think it's like you don't believe it until you read it in the newspapers or something, or see it on the telly. Stephanie's with us as well. Yeah, you sort of don't believe it, and you don't feel any different. But it is a brilliant thing to have. Yes, it really is, and it matters. I'm not sure why it matters, but it really does.
And you said it's been a long time coming because people had nominated you since like 2017.
Yes, on the form they sent, some of my nominees were listed, and the dates that they nominated me go right back beyond 2017, but quite a few of them were in 2017. It just shows how you never know, do you, what's happening behind the scenes. Why it took as long as it took, I don't know, but, you know, who's, I'm not going to question it.
It's here, and it's a part of a monumental list because it's the first one for the King, which is very
very special.
exciting, and really that kind of, it marks that change of monarch for us. I'm quite, other than yourself, Anne, you're obviously at the top of my list.
You are allowed to talk about others.
I'm excited about Grayson Perry as well, actually, because he's one of the most flamboyant characters in the creative arts industry. And, you know, he won the Turner Prize in 2003, and he famously turned up as his alter ego Claire, and he was dressed as Little Bo Peep. So I think we're going to have a bit of a sight when he does go to be knighted next year. So that will be quite interesting. But there's also other actors as well who've been recognised, like David Harewood, who starred in Homeland. He's been awarded an OBE after becoming a prominent advocate of better mental health support.
See, that's what I think matters. It's when somebody has gone over and above.
Yeah.
That's what these awards are meant to be. Not for doing your job, but for going over and above.
I agree, because I think, you know, when people see all these famous faces, they're like, oh, what have they done? What have they done? But there's actually a lot of people who have committed their names to a lot of causes, and that's what this list is about, and this is what these honours are about. But then there's also people such as Stephen Graham, very prolific actor who starred in Line of Duty, This Is England. He's also receiving an OBE for services to drama. So it's been a fantastic year for him, and he can currently be seen in cinemas in Matilda. So it's quite interesting how all these different names from different walks of life will be honoured in 2023.
And from different eras, because I'm very thrilled that Virginia McKenna, the brilliant actress who was in Born Free, do you remember the movie about Elsa, the lioness? Now, that's going right back to early 60s, isn't it? But since she made that movie, she and her husband, Bill Travers, dedicated their entire lives to, you know, improving the lives of animals all over the world, really. And now their son, Will, continues in the Born Free Foundation. And they do such amazing work. And she's got a damehood at last, which I think is so well-deserved.
And there's people like Dame Mary Quant.
I was just going to say, Stephanie, it is people who you do sort of think, why has it taken so long for these people who have done the most inspirational work? And it's so nice then to see them get that recognition. And a bit like Brian May, who, I mean, obviously he does actually a lot of charity work and mainly around animals, but he is someone who is with Queen and with Freddie and John and Roger have shaped the whole music industry in this country. And shaped our, you know, how we think of and respond to music for decades and decades now. So richly deserved.
And that's why a lot of people have been campaigning for many years for Brian May to be knighted, because, you know, if you look at the top guitarist worldwide, he's always topping the list, and he's been in music and showbiz for over 40 years. Every time I interview him and his lovely wife, Anita Dobson, they are always so down to earth, such a lovely man, so wise and full of knowledge, and I just think it's so great that he's actually finally getting his due now. And, you know, as well, you know, with the passing of Dame Vivienne Westwood, you think to yourself, it's so good for people to get honoured in their lifetime and they don't miss their boats after they pass away.
No, because all of those names, all of those big names, they haven't got the award because they've got big names. They've got the award because they've gone over and above somewhere along the line.
Yeah.
But the honours system was always about... I was going to say ordinary people. I don't mean that, because actually ordinary people who get awards tend to be absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah.
And we're delighted to speak to one of those people right now. She's the executive chair of the National Care Association, Nadra Ahmed, who has been made a CBE, I think, for her services to social care. And she joins us right now. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's lovely to see. How do you feel about it, getting that award, getting that honour?
Well, it was a bit of a shock. It was a bit of a surprise, I have to admit, because I got the OBE some years ago, and you sort of think you get it once. You know, it's just once is amazing. So absolutely, it's overwhelming, really, completely overwhelming.
The light on the work that you're doing.
I don't think we heard your question properly, Stephen, actually. Do you want to say it again? I think Timmy's just walked across your computer.
Sorry,
or something.
he did just knock the microphone. Yeah. Does it help to shed a light, Nadra, on the work that you're doing?
Absolutely. I think it's that's the best thing about receiving an honour. It actually shows that social care is important. It's in the minds of people. To be honoured in this way, if it continues to support, there have been a few other people who from social care who have got honours, but it will shine a light on what is an undervalued sector, the people that work in it. For me, it just shines that light on those people who have worked tirelessly and continue to be undervalued. And today there are carers, there are people out there going into people's homes, and they will be tomorrow, and as they do every single day of the year. And we've got to start to think about social care as being that essential service that is required for those who need it.
What can we do about this in this coming year? How can we improve just what you said, the way we think about carers and what we can do for them? What can we do this year?
Well, I think the more we shine the light on it, the better it is. But I think we've got to stop thinking about social care as being an add-on to the NHS. We've got to start thinking about it as being an entity in its own right that contributes so much to communities across the country. So I think the most important thing for me at this moment in time is to try and help people to understand the value of working in social care, the value of what we do for communities, making people's lives independent and continuing to do that. The worry about people who are not assessed as needing social care because there are backlogs, and actually to try and fill that 10 to 12 billion gap that is needed for the funding. And we mustn't forget, I think it's really important to point out, that we actually contribute to the Treasury. So I think it's 54 billion goes into the Treasury from social care. So we don't only draw, and we must be standalone. It shouldn't only be that, well, the NHS would be better if social care needs to be recognised independently as one of the most essential services in this country for people who need it when they need it.
Well, there you are. You're continuing the campaigning right now. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks. That's Nadra Ahmed, CBE, Executive Chair of the National Care Association. Right, what time is it? 9:14 already. Let's bring you up to date with the rest of today's top stories. And the government has confirmed that anyone travelling directly from China to the UK from the 5th of January must show a negative COVID test before departure. Health Secretary Steve Barclay described the temporary measures as a balanced and precautionary approach, and it comes amid concerns about the surging case numbers in China following an easing of restrictions there. The pioneering US broadcaster and interviewer Barbara Walters has died aged 93 after an amazing career spanning half a century. She was the first woman to anchor an evening news broadcast. She won 12 Emmy Awards and created the popular ABC women's talk show The View. She died at her home in New York yesterday. And sales of electric cars next year will be affected by high costs and a lack of chargers. Consumer website electrifying.com estimates that around 350,000 new electric cars will be sold in the UK in 2023. That's 100,000 more than this year. And sales of new petrol and diesel cars and vans in the UK are going to be banned from 2030. And thousands of people will attend Edinburgh's traditional Hogmanay celebrations as they return for the first time in 3 years. The event has been cancelled for the last 2 years, of course, because of COVID. The Pet Shop Boys will headline the concert in the gardens, and there'll be fireworks and bonfires and torches throughout the evening. And if you've just tuned in, of course, you're watching Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. Stephen's not very well, so he's staying at home, but he's going to be joining in with the programme throughout the next hour. So stick with us. So you'll be able to see Stephen in a few minutes, as well as Timmy, the cat, who always seems to be making an appearance. And it's interesting that we're talking about illness like that, because the latest figures are showing that the number of flu cases in hospital is a whopping 7 times higher than last month. New data from NHS England shows there were 3,746 patients a day in hospital with flu last week. That's up from 520 a month ago. And of those in hospital last week, 267 were in critical care beds. The NHS has warned the rise in flu cases is continuing to put pressure on health services. But what can we all do, maybe, to help the NHS, or at least to relieve the strain on the system? Joining us now in the studio is Dr. Frankie Jackson-Spence. And Stephen's joining us from home, I think. Yes, there you go. Right, we don't know what's wrong with Stephen, but other people...
Well, there's a long list.
There's plenty,
a long list,
yeah. But there'll be a lot of... I mean, we already know there are a lot of people watching right now who are feeling like you, Stephen, really under the weather, don't know whether they've got flu, frankly don't even know whether they've got COVID, or whether this is just the sort of super cold that was predicted. Does it help to know?
Oh, that's a good one, isn't it? I think it helps people... deal with their symptoms when they know what they're dealing with. But actually, there's a big overlap between these common respiratory viruses. Many of the symptoms of the common cold, flu or COVID overlap. And without testing, it's quite difficult to know. In some ways, it doesn't really matter which one it is, because the guidance of how to manage it is often the same. Staying at home with rest, avoiding unnecessary social contact to minimise spread, relieving the fever with paracetamol, keeping hydrated with plenty of fluids. And if you are, at risk of severe infection with an underlying health condition, then seeking medical attention. But actually, does it really matter? Probably not. The guidance is similar.
What about that you mentioned staying at home, but it's difficult at times, isn't it? I mean, I certainly would have wanted to, I don't know how much use I'd be in the studio, but I would have liked to have come in. Thankfully, we can do it this way. But I was thinking, obviously, I don't want to make Anne ill, because I'd be sat very close to Anne for 4 hours, and so that wouldn't work. We tend to feel guilty for not going into work, don't we? But I suppose we can just spread it around if we do that.
Yeah, it's interesting. If we think back to the coughs and colds we got before the pandemic, many of us would power through and feel guilty about, not going to work or not going about our normal daily lives. And now the complete attitude has shifted, and many people are encouraging us to stay home because they don't want to catch it. I think people have just got to be sensible. Many people, unfortunately, will need to go to work. They don't have the luxury of working from home. But I think it's being sensible, avoiding unnecessary social contact. So where you can avoid it, particularly with those who are particularly vulnerable, then doing so. But I know there's lots of people sitting at home that, will need to go out and about.
But you yourself were saying that you've had it, and the cough lingers a lot longer as well.
Yeah, I think that's something people don't often realise, is even once you've cleared the virus or infection and you feel better, the fever's gone, you can breathe normally again, the cough can actually persist. And particularly if you've suffered from a complication of a virus, such as a secondary bacterial chest infection or pneumonia, that cough can persist for weeks, if not months, after the infection's resolved. And I think that can be quite challenging, because you feel guilty for coughing, don't you, if you're on public transport or out?
You do nowadays, post-COVID, don't you?
You think, you're going to be spreading it, but actually that cough can persist for months and you're no longer contagious.
So how then do we get to the point of knowing if you've got something which is viral, which generally you can't do, you've just got to wait it out sort of thing, to something that is bacterial, which can be treated?
Yeah, this is something everyone really does need to know, because lots of people present to A&E or to their GP with viral illnesses asking for antibiotics. In most cases of viral illness, it will not produce phlegm, so you might have a cough, but it'll be dry. If you are to develop a cough that's productive of phlegm, particularly if it changes colour and becomes green, then it might be that you have a secondary bacterial chest infection that would require antibiotics. in most cases, your symptoms should improve after a few days and particularly should resolve after about a week. If your symptoms aren't improving, if your chest is getting worse, if the fever's not resolving, then it's potential that you have a secondary bacterial infection. You should seek medical advice and potentially may need antibiotics in that case. But most cases, as I said, are viral and the treatment is symptomatic.
Lots of people have been getting in touch, sort of talking about honey and lemon, looking after yourself, just, you know, having hot drinks and maybe a hot toddy. Is that really advisable?
I think there's some symptomatic benefit from having a hot drink, you know, warming the throat, particularly if it's something like honey and lemon in it. It kind of coats your throat a little bit, a little bit like taking a cough syrup. I don't think there's any actual scientific evidence that, you know, having a hot toddy helps you, but I think it's more that emphasis on keeping warm, relaxing and resting.
Yeah, it depends how many hot toddies you have.
You're gonna feel better after one, I would imagine. So there you go.
You feel you deserve it, don't you? Really? Yeah. How are you feeling at the moment?
Very headachy, actually. Bunged up, and I mean generally rotten, but it is. It's funny. We've been saying it's a bit like it feels like being having a cold as a school child. That's what it feels like. It's taken me back 40 years, really.
Yes, pretty overwhelming. There's nothing else you can really do.
Yeah, I think after...
But anyway, plough on through.
I think after a couple of years of, you know, protecting from COVID by reduced social interaction, schools closing, we've avoided these coughs and colds that we would have got. And therefore, you know, our base level of immunity to them is lower than it would normally have been. So they're really hitting us harder this year.
Yeah, the doctors and the scientists got it right because they did say this would happen, and it's happening. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having
your
me.
advice. Now, elsewhere, if you look at the world of politics, it's been pretty tumultuous as well, hasn't it? 2022 has been a year of absolute turmoil in politics. We've seen, unbelievably, 4 chancellors, 3 prime ministers and 2 leadership elections. We witnessed Matt Hancock chowing down on Bush Tucker in I'm a Celebrity and heard unbelievable stories of wild Westminster partying. Looking ahead to 2023, Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer hoped for prosperity and for change in their New Year's messages.
But 2023 will give us an opportunity to showcase the very best of Britain on the world stage, continuing to stand with our Ukrainian friends against Putin's brutality and defending freedom and democracy wherever we find it under threat.
For hope to flourish, Britain needs to change. The way working people are struggling this winter, the way our public services are on the brink, demands nothing less. So this year, my Labour Party will set out the case for change, the case for a new Britain, the case for hope, a country where we can grow the economy for everyone, not just the privileged few.
There you are. Actually, we were talking about interesting names for 2023. Just there we got a Rishi and a Keir. Not exactly unusual names. Holly Whitbread joins us now. There's a nice name. Conservative councillor for Epping and Faden in Essex, and she joins us too. A very good morning to you again. It's interesting asking about predictions for 2023. What do you think is going to happen, first of all, to the Tories?
Well, I hope we have a bit more stability this year. The past year has just been crazy, I think probably would be the right word. So I hope we see some stability, some economic recovery, tackling inflation. But also I hope that Rishi can start delivering on some of the priorities we set out in the 2019 manifesto, which seems like a long time ago now, but we're still in the same government. So hopefully we'll deliver on some of those as well.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because we are in a position, I think, and almost uniquely, I think, where it's irrelevant what any of the politicians actually say, isn't it? We can judge them all on how our quality of life changes in a much more fundamental way now.
I think we would never have predicted how difficult things were going to get. So 2019, I mean, I was a big Brexit supporter. We got Brexit done, and then all of a sudden the pandemic hit, and I think the world just changed. And then the war in Ukraine, which has led to the awful kind of economic consequences we're feeling now. So yes, we need to judge this government on their actions, but they've got a really difficult set of actions to tackle.
It's interesting as well, isn't it? We've seen Matt Hancock obviously decide to leave politics, leave the world of politics. We wonder how many others might well do so, because they see almost inevitably that they will lose the next general election and they will start looking for jobs?
I don't think it's inevitable that the Conservatives will lose yet.
There are a lot of those diehard Tories who think it probably will happen.
Well, 18 months is a long time in politics, as we've seen from the last year. So I think Rishi's got this year to really tackle those key issues. So perhaps we'll win. But it is interesting to see some politicians turn into celebrity. And I think Matt Hancock actually did a really good job, although he shouldn't have got on there in the first place.
Yeah, it's a sort of one of those guilty things you're not allowed to say. But Matt Hancock was amazing, really, wasn't he?
Very good.
I mean, it's interesting that the polls. I know you said last hour you thought the polls were pretty soft, but they still give a very strong lead to the Labour Party, which they've got through saying very little. You know, it's been people not being happy with the status quo, which has led to them getting a big lead. That's got to change this year, hasn't it? We've got to start hearing something which is more solid from Keir Starmer.
Absolutely. I mean, as a local councillor, I go out knocking on doors and campaigning, and there's no real passion for Labour. I think there's a lot of frustration about the state of the country and the challenges around the cost of living crisis in particular, but there's no real passion for Labour. So if Labour do want to win the next general election, I think they need to prove themselves, and actually at the moment they're only kind of doing well through the fact that things have been so challenging for the government.
Yeah, challenging for everybody. You wonder what's happening with the Labour Party as well, don't you? And whether in the next 18 months we're going to see a real drive towards a general election.
Obviously, 2024 is probably when the election is going to be. So campaigning, well, the local election's coming up in May. So I think we all see the parties going to campaigning mode now. So it will be interesting to see how Labour shifts. At the moment, they're saying what people want to hear. But actually, people do remember what Keir Starmer was like only a couple of months ago. He was the main person blocking Brexit.
Right, before we say goodbye, I've got to ask you about your name, Holly.
Yes.
Is that anything to do with your birthday being around this time of year?
It is. So it was my 30th birthday on the 23rd of December. So, yeah, Christmas baby.
It's a great name, Holly.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know if you've got any of your views at home. Are any of the views getting through to you, Stephen? But there's some lovely names coming up. Patricia says, my new grandson was born yesterday, Jacob Alexander.
Oh.
That's beautiful.
Oh, that's nice. I like Jacob Alexander.
Do.
You've got a Jacob. What's his middle name, Anne? Oh, he's Sebastian, isn't he?
His middle name is Sebastian, after our little boy who died, yeah. Colleen says, my new great-grandson is named Otis Colleen. Otis. Otis is a proper name, isn't it? Yeah, very big one.
Well, Otis
and
Redding.
this one's lovely. Otis Redding, of course. Sharon says, my granddaughter is coming up for 6 months and she is called Beatrix Winifred. Very old-fashioned, but really beautiful.
Well, my nana was a Winifred. Now, she didn't like it, but I quite like it.
Yeah, my mother's, yes.
Win for short.
That's right, exactly that. My mother's middle name, one of her middle names was Winifred. And yes, it was seen as very old-fashioned, but actually these things come back in. Win, as you say, or Winnie for short.
Yeah.
Oh, I rather like that. We've got some lovely names coming in.
My grandma, so that was my nana. My grandma was a Vivian, but actually with the sort of male spelling, if you like, rather than the Vivienne or something.
Yeah.
She was a Viviane. But again, it's coming back. I never thought of it when I was a kid, but I mean, I really like it. I mean, she was born in 1908, so it's a very
well, there you go.
Very old-fashioned name. But I think that's lovely, Vivian, actually.
And Leslie finally says, my grandchildren are Foxy, who's 18 months and a little girl, and Huxley, who's only 1 week old. Our grandson and I love the names. Foxy. I'm not sure about Foxy, because that sort of implies sexy or something, doesn't it? I'm not terribly sure. Huxley's nice.
No, I'm afraid. Was there not a Huxley bear as a character in something? I don't know. Foxy, oh, well, you don't want to say anything because there's a little 18-month girl running about with it. But it wouldn't be my choice. But I like traditional. Someone I know called their son Stanley a few years ago, and I weirdly quite like it.
Yes, again, that very old-fashioned, and might have drawn back from it, but it'll come into its own. Caroline says, doesn't Stephen look lovely in his Nordic jumper at home? Hope he gets better soon. OK, yeah, we'll leave you for a minute as well. Still to come, though, here's a big one, and this is really big in my household at the moment. Are you a proud new puppy parent? A celebrity dog trainer and his four-legged friend will join us next with tips for how to look after and train your new arrival.
Monday to Thursday nights on GB News. At 6, it's Deebs & Co. 7 o'clock, Farage. At 8, join Mark Stein. And at 9, Dan Wootton Tonight, followed by Headliners. On TV, radio and online. This is GB News.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
Why not take us home with you by visiting the GB News shop at gbnews.store. You'll find all the official merchandise, a really good present actually for yourself, your friends or your family.
We ship across the UK mainland at no extra cost. GB News, the People's Channel.
Here on GB News Live, we'll be keeping you in the picture, finding out what's happening across the country and finding out why it matters to you. We'll have the facts fast with our team of reporters and specialist correspondents. Wherever it's happening, we'll be there from 12 noon on TV, radio and online. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday on GB News, it's Bev Turner Today from 10 a.m. We're going to be here for you, our GB News family, to keep you up to date, but also make you smile.
The guy went from puberty to adultery.
And I can't wait to bring a few of my own opinions.
I have no time for cultural totalitarianism.
We'll engage in passionate, but always polite debate, with your thoughts and opinions at the centre of it all. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Welcome back. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. And if you've just joined us, Stephen's at home today because he's not feeling very well. But he'll be joining in before the end of the hour, don't worry. So at the moment, we're looking to what they always used to say, a dog is for life and not just for Christmas. But I wonder how many people watching right now got a new four-legged friend on the 25th of December or round about then. And then suddenly you're brought up to date, aren't you, with the reality of being a parent, having to train a new little thing. And that can seem so daunting, particularly when you're busy yourself at the moment. There's so much to think about. What sort of food are you going to go for? How do you toilet train and house train a dog? And how will man's best friend cope in their new environment? Well, to help the transition into really turning an antisocial animal into a beautiful, beautiful dog for life, I'm joined now by a celebrity dog trainer and owner of Master Dog London, Robin James, and he's brought in his beagle pub buddy Alfred, who doesn't want to cooperate terribly with me. It's lovely to see you.
This is Alfred.
This is Alfred, and it's lovely to see Alfred too. Now, this happened in my very home this Christmas. My son decided to get a dog, and it needs training, and it's a big job, and I don't know how to do it. What do we do? First of all, I mean, that's the most important thing, isn't it, to try and get your puppy socialised?
Yeah, socialisation is a big part of it. But when you first get your puppy, you've got the foundations. And the best foundations that you really want to fast track is the toilet training.
Yes.
That takes all the headache and all the stress out of dog training. Secondly, to trying to fast track that whole process, you can use skills like you can point to the puppy pad or point to the grass outside and then give your dog lots of adulation when they actually go to do a wee-wee there or a number two.
What do you do if they do that in the house? You don't tell them off.
You can't tell them off.
Oh, the old school puppy training used to be, I mean, my mum, I remember, she said you rub the dog's nose in it and then throw them out
that would
into
be,
the garden.
no, not in...
That would be considered cruel now.
That would be very, very cruel now. They don't know. They came from a pack of puppies. They had
stop them eating newspapers.
They were in a pen. They were allowed to wee and poo randomly. Yes. They arrive at your house and it's almost like they're from the farm. So they need to there and then start getting into a routine, a schedule. And it's really about repeating that schedule continually, taking them outside every hour or half hour or however whatever from needs be. And when you put the work into it, you'll be amazed that they learn so quickly. They're so adaptive. And I generally can toilet train a dog within 7 days.
Really? That's very good.
And then that takes all the problems away.
Well, it does. I mean, Alfred's getting wriggly now, but that's the point, isn't it? You don't just want to love your dog, you want other people to love that dog too.
Sure.
You want it to be socially acceptable in other people's houses.
Absolutely. So what you need to do is, first of all, any owner of a dog needs to be very responsible when they bring a new puppy into anyone's house or a dog into the studio like today, because accidents can happen and we don't want that. I train my dogs, I train them on the word potty. So when I take my dogs out, before we go into someone's house, I say potty, and they do their business on. Yeah, they squat and they do their business.
Now, how do you get them to understand that that word means perform?
Dogs don't understand words as such, but they understand sound. So the sound potty resonates, and if I say to them each time they do a wee or number two, we say that word, then they associate that word with what they're doing. And then if you could add a little bit of adulation, praise, and tell them they're a good boy, girl, that way you're sort of reinforcing that command onto them, so you can make them go to the toilet outside.
So when you take on a puppy to train it, you can get, I mean, you're so well skilled in this now, you can get them house trained within a week. Sure. And then there are other things to learn as well.
Obedient, so I make them super obedient using food. So I train my dogs, I prepare the food as you normally would, and what I use is sign language with them. So rather than saying sit or stop or down, I just give them the stop sign. If you can imagine, every policeman in the world stops a car by using that stop sign. So I teach them the stop sign, which makes them sit. And I don't give them their food until they've sat patiently for 15, 20 seconds. And then I serve it to them like they were a guest at my table. So, and then I give them the adulation, stroke them on the head. And what that does is can create incredible obedience to the point where I can put a bowl of food down and my dogs won't touch it.
Until they've got the go-ahead.
Until I serve it to them. They won't come and take it from the bowl.
I think that's the most important thing, isn't it? Is to make your dog, a well-behaved dog, and frankly, obedient one, is an absolute pleasure to have.
Absolutely. And once you reinforce this and the stop sign, any bad behaviour, anything whatsoever, jumping up, bounding around, and they stop and they sit.
Oh, that's interesting.
And any time outside in the park, and they stop.
I mean, I
and
know
they
we
sit.
say that you shouldn't buy a dog for Christmas, but you do have time off over Christmas, and to a certain extent that's good because you've got the time to put into
And you need that time.
Yeah.
And that's why Christmas is quite a good time to get a dog, because you've got that extra time off work, you can spend time with them, and those formidable weeks are so bonding, so loving. You get this amazing relationship.
Oh,
like we have with little Alfred
wise
here.
words indeed. I wonder how many other households are listening in and they've got a new puppy and they've got to be that wise too. Thank you so much for
Absolute,
coming in.
my pleasure.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Tomorrow.
And congratulations to you,
Oh,
understand.
bless you. Thank you very much indeed.
Pleasure.
And you can take
I'll
Alfred
see you
off
in a
now.
bit.
He wants to get going, doesn't he? Yeah. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Jolly good. Well, if you've got a dog, a new dog in your household, if you've got a new dog in your household, let us know and send a picture, because we'll be on again tomorrow morning and we could bring in the new year looking at lovely pictures of your pooches. Still to come, we're going through the newspapers after this.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
The national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here. You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
We are GB News, right across the nation. You can get us on television, on radio, on digital. We're absolutely everywhere.
Amazing! You see, amazing!
You remind me of me in the European Parliament. But here's the most important bit. We are not part of the mainstream establishment. We think and speak just like you do. We are the People's Channel.
Magnificent. That's really, really thoughtful.
Come and join us on GB News, the People's News Channel.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akue, Saturday and Sunday afternoons on GB News. Expect fiery debate and passionate discussion as me and my panel tackle some of the biggest topics hitting the headlines. It's a place for everyone's opinion. No one gets cancelled, but no one gets an easy ride.
Oh, she's on it today!
Be ready for conversations that are fierce, frank, and of course, fun. Every Saturday and Sunday afternoon from 4 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel.
Back, you're watching Breakfast here on GB News with Stephen and Anne. And Stephen, I was going to say Anne's not very well. She's at home. It's Stephen who's not very well. He's at home, but he will be joining us a bit later on, I think. And we'll be talking through the newspapers as well. We've got with us journalist and political consultant Emma Burnell and broadcaster Clell Muldoon. But we have breaking news, Stephen, as well. We've got breaking news. We've just heard that Pope Benedict, who we understood in the last few weeks was very ill indeed, we have heard that His Holiness has died, which will be very, very sad news for, gosh, so many people in the world.
Absolutely, yes. And I remember taking the children when Pope Benedict came to the UK, and we took the children to Hyde Park to see him there, and his teachings in terms of the church. We always refer to Benedict as the teacher of the church, John Paul, the saint of the church, and Pope Francis as the heart of the church. And as a devout practicing Catholic, this is very, very sad news of Pope Benedict's death. But I'm sure he's in heaven just at the time where we come up to the Feast of the Epiphany, where the Magi accompany with the star, and they go and visit the crib to see Jesus being born in the stable.
We're looking at pictures now, of course, when he was a much healthier man, and he was Pope. I don't know for how many years he was Pope, but of course we know, don't we, that he was the first ever Pope to retire.
Yes.
And it may well be because he was an ill man and he had health issues.
I always remember, we talk about social media, we talk about memes, but there was a funny one at the World Cup. Remember when they had Pope Francis being Argentinian and Pope Benedict being German? And yes. Germany and Argentina were playing against football. And the meme was just them both praying there, sitting, gosh, I hope he wins or I hope he loses. Anyway, there we are.
And John Paul II was a professional footballer, wasn't he?
He was.
Yeah.
He was in Poland. Yeah, he loved it.
A Pope with backstory. Amazing.
Sorry, Stephen?
Well, yeah, I mean, there is a sense Benedict was considered to be perhaps slightly controversial in some aspects of his history. And was that problematic for him?
I don't think it was, because I think that was, and that's why I'm not a fan of cancel culture at all, because things that have happened in the past, we don't know the reasons why people were put in the positions that they were in. We can't ultimately judge them, I would say. But he's definitely his writings are completely and utterly unbelievable, and I would urge anyone to read his writings. His liturgical pieces are beautiful.
And I know there will be people watching at the moment who don't care.
Yes.
Because they'll say, I don't like religion, I'm not really bothered at all. But the Pope is still worldwide an incredibly influential figure.
I mean, I'm not religious, and the religion that I'm not is Church of England, as it were. That was what I was brought up to be. But there are... you can't deny the role that spiritual leaders of religions that you don't follow have in other people's lives. And there is a certain amount of empathy that we should all feel when somebody loses somebody that they've looked up to. However much I may personally agree or disagree with their doctrine, that's not the moment now. Now is the moment to understand that a lot of people will be grieving.
Well, look at the outpouring of love the Queen got.
Oh,
she
yes,
died as the head of the Church of England and the head of state of the UK. It was amazing. What a wonderful woman.
Is it still... half the world is Catholic, isn't it?
Certainly not practising. But the other thing you have to look at is the fact that the Catholicism is one of the only religions that is Catholic with a small c and a big C, and the fact that there's one head of the church. It's not unlike any other factions of the church that have got different leaders for different parts. Catholics only have the one, and that is the Pope.
And that's why it was so unusual that he took the decision to retire. Our reporter Cameron Walker has been taking a look at his life.
It's April 2005. White smoke rises from a chimney above the Vatican. A new pope, the 265th leader of the Catholic Church, has been elected. Pope Benedict XVI, aged 78, became the oldest newly elected pope since the 1700s, but also the first German head of the Catholic Church in centuries. Born Joseph Ratzinger in 1927, he lived with his Catholic family in Bavaria. Although his parents were anti-Nazi, Ratzinger was a member of the Hitler Youth. By the end of the Second World War, he was serving as a German soldier. Unwilling to fight, he deserted and was briefly held as a prisoner of war by the Americans. Ratzinger was ordained as a priest in 1951 and was awarded a doctorate in theology at the University of Munich a few years later. He taught at a number of universities before becoming the Archbishop of Munich and Riesling in 1977. He grew close to Pope John Paul II and became one of his closest advisors. Pope John Paul II died in April 2005. Joseph Ratzinger was elected head of the Catholic Church and became Pope Benedict XVI. He continues the legacy of his predecessor by speaking to other religious leaders, particularly Judaism and Islam. He aims to revitalise the Church in Europe and maintains traditional Catholic values relating to sexuality and priestly celibacy. He visited a number of countries in the early years of his papacy, including new guidelines allowing more use of the Latin Mass. He directly addressed historical sexual abuse within the Catholic Church, speaking out against it during a visit to the United Nations, but he came under media scrutiny in his alleged role in the cover-up of sexual and physical abuse cases by parish priests and in schools. The Vatican denounced the allegations as false and calumnious and said its handling of the cases showed wisdom and firmness. In 2013, Pope Benedict XVI announced his imminent resignation due to old age and ill health, making him the first pope in some 600 years to resign. More than 50,000 people crowded St. Peter's Square to watch his final public address. In this year's post-Christmas statement, Pope Francis made a surprise appeal at the end of his address to ask for prayers for former Pope Benedict, saying he was very sick. The Vatican issued a statement that he was receiving constant medical care. But soon after, the 95-year-old passed away in the Vatican, the home of the institution he'd dedicated more than 70 years of his life to. Cameron Walker, GB News.
What an interesting life. You can't get away from that, can you? And I know there will be lots of people watching at the moment who, as I said earlier, probably won't care at all. And there'll be others who will be deeply upset to hear that, because the passing of a pope is a very big deal indeed. Stephen?
How does this work, Claire, in terms of, well, it's a passing of a former pope. So how is this all now likely to work in terms of what happens next?
Well, there is no succession because Pope Francis is clearly now the Pope, but he will still have a papal funeral. It will be a huge state funeral within the Vatican itself. So it will be the same as Pope John Paul II had when now Pope Benedict Emeritus has now passed. So his funeral will be quick, hopefully, and it will be within the next week until they get everything together. But then, so there's no need for the white smoke. We won't see any white smoke now because we don't need to. The cardinals will not gather in Rome and have the conclave to produce, for want of a better word, another pope, because we have one now in situ. So it will be basically the funeral of Pope Benedict, the 18th, I think.
Don't you think that's extraordinary in itself? Because for the first time, we will see a living pope presiding over the funeral of a dead one.
Yeah.
That's probably the first time.
And all the popes are buried under the Sistine Chapel. in St. Peter's, near the grave of St. Peter. And I'll tell you, if you ever go to Rome, I'd absolutely... honestly, the feeling that you get when you go down those steps and you see the grave of now Saint John Paul, because he was beatified, he's now a saint. There's something very mystical about it. There's something very beautiful about it. There's something very serene about it. And in this crazy, crazy time of politicians behaving like, you know, I akined it to vermin earlier with the rats in the Houses of Parliament, you know, and people like Andrew Tate being, you know, lambasted for the misogynistic person that he is. To get a grain of that stoicism, to get a grain of that serenity, there is something deeply moving about it, regardless of your race, creed or sexuality. It is a very beautiful, moving experience.
I was in Rome in May for the first time ever, and it is just the most astonishing
It's
place.
a beautiful
It's
city.
a stunning city.
Beautiful city.
And yeah, going to the Sistine Chapel and the Vatican, you know, you can't help but be moved by it, no matter what, as you say, no matter what your creed is or is not. It's a deeply moving experience.
I mean, we're looking at live pictures from Rome right now, but I imagine over the next week or so there's going to be gatherings of people from all over the world who will want to pay their respects and be there, won't they? They'll want to be there for what will be an enormous state funeral.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a remarkable turn of events, actually, even though we knew it was on its way. Claire, Emma, thank you both very much indeed. It's been good to talk to you about this morning, particularly you, Claire, with your obviously connections to the Catholic Church. So it is the news this morning, the breaking news that Pope Emeritus Benedict has died at the age of 95.
95.
I think he was remarkable age. So we had heard, of course, from Pope Francis that he was gravely ill and he'd asked people to pray for him. A remarkable man, as Claire was saying. I mean, that history in the Nazi youth, which, as Claire was saying, was something he didn't really want to get involved in. As we understand it, his parents being very anti-Nazi, and he refused to fight and was a prisoner of war for a time. But it said he had an influence second to none when it came to setting church priorities and directions. He was very much one of Pope John Paul II's closest confidants, and perhaps that's why he was therefore seen by the cardinals as the right successor to John Paul. And he was someone who perhaps took the church forward in a different way, but with those teachings, as Claire was talking about, which he was, it's right to say, renowned, actually. I mean, considered to be a liberal theologian, but he did perhaps become slightly more conservative in his views later on in life, and he did defend traditional Catholic doctrine and values, which perhaps changed slightly when he did step down in 2013 on the 28th of February.
It was a very brave decision, I think. Don't you think? It must have been a very brave decision to take.
Well, it's and a very unusual decision. The first pope and to actually resign from the job in 600 years. And it was a remarkable thing. It's so very, very unusual. But the fact that he decided to do that and become Pope Emeritus, and of course, everyone wondered where that would leave Francis. Would Francis feel slightly hampered in his decision-making as the new head of the Catholic Church? But it doesn't seem as though the Pope Emeritus interfered in that way.
No, it seems to have worked very well. I tell you what, you think about this, Stephen, when you can tell how old you are when you've lived through so many popes. But I think I've lived through John Paul I, John Paul II, Benedict, and now Francis. Have I left one out? I don't think so. I think that's it.
I don't think so.
That makes me feel very old. But I mean, you know, we all knew he was ill, but there would be so many people who would be very, very upset to hear that former Pope Benedict has died. I'm joined in the studio here, Stephen, by Stephanie and Aidan who are here with us as well. It's always sad when a pope dies, and it's a big deal indeed, right across the world.
Definitely, and me being a Roman Catholic, and
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm a Roman Catholic. Went to Roman Catholic schools as well. We've always just been taught to have that honour and respect for popes because they are really like the head of the faith. And Pope Benedict had really big shoes to fill when he filled in for Pope John II and stuff because he was iconic.
A living saint almost, wasn't he? Yeah.
But I did like the direction he did take the church during his, would they call it popeship? What would they call when...
Papacy.
Papacy, that's it, yeah. So it is quite sad.
Yeah, I'm a practising Catholic myself. I attend church every...
three of us at least.
Every week. I actually was at Wembley in 1982 when Pope John Paul II came to Wembley.
And I was in Coventry when he came.
Were you really?
Yeah.
He came with the Pope-mobile, we used to call it.
Yes,
There's another
that's
name
right.
for it.
And they gave us, because I was part of the media pack, they gave you a certificate saying, you were at the audience with John Paul II. And it's in my hallway, because I've framed it, and it's there, because it matters that much still.
I have a picture up on my wall where he met the guy, I think he was an Argentinian guy who tried to assassinate him in '84, John Paul II.
Yes.
And he went to meet him as the front cover of Time magazine, and he went to forgive him, basically, and find out why he did it. And so it was a huge role to fill.
I tell you what, everybody, just so that we don't end on a very sad note, you're probably going to go out to a New Year's Eve celebration tonight, and I want you to behave, please. I want you to know how to do it right. And our lovely etiquette expert, Diana Mather, has joined us. And thank you very much for coming in. Sad news, yes, but we can still celebrate a new year tonight.
We can, and he had a very long life.
Yes, he did,
and
absolutely.
a very fulfilled life, as you say. And so, therefore, I think it's more a celebration of his passing, which is, as you say, we can all celebrate tonight. But one has to think about where one is and the situation as to how much one celebrates and in what way.
Yes, and I suppose the key answer is not to overdo it.
Try not to overdo it.
Especially if you've got to get up the next morning to do a breakfast television.
Yes, very definitely. I think it's not good to absolutely binge and to make a fool of oneself, because the more I have to drink, then the more funny I think I am.
Yes, I know.
And
Isn't it amazing?
But unfortunately, I hear the next day that, no, I wasn't. So I think certainly not drinking enough so that you are sick.
Yes.
That's very bad news. In anybody else's house, you do not want to leave.
You don't want to do it in your own house.
I know, your own house.
I've noticed when the more drunk I get, the people still don't laugh at my jokes,
Yeah, funny that. They laugh less and less at your jokes if you're very, very drunk. It's an odd thing to be talking about as we head towards 10 o'clock, because we have ended on sad news. But I think the main thing is to have some respect for every other person, because they may be more upset about it than you are. So sort of remember that. Thank you to Stephen. Are you still there, Stephen? You actually can go off now and hide under the duvet again.
Back to bed now.
Back to bed, I really do think so. But thank you so much for being so stalwart and being with me through the last 4 hours. Thank you very, very much. Now go off and have a nice hot toddy. Oh, no, you don't, do you? You'll have to have the...
Happy New Year, Stephen, by the way.
We love you,
Happy New
Stephen.
Year. Happy New Year.
Oh, look at that. I'm popular.
Lots of love coming your way. Thank you so much, and thank you to everybody watching. Diana, I'm so sorry. We were going to talk about partying a bit more, but obviously events overtook us.
Yes.
But thank you for coming in. And thank you to everybody watching as well at the moment. It's been a very different sort of programme, but I think everybody's really enjoyed watching Stephen at home with Timmy the cat. I'll be back with you. I don't know about Stephen, but I'll certainly be back with you tomorrow morning. Bye-bye.
Aww.
I'm Mark Dolan. Join me at 11 on GB News for Headliners, in which I'll be joined by two of the UK's top comedians discussing tomorrow's papers. If it's an important story, we'll cover it, but we'll have some fun along the way. Headliners, the late-night paper review that won't send you to sleep like the others will.